Welcome to another episode of Exploring the Vintage NFT Space with Zero G. Today I'm excited to have with us Easy B, one of the OG Rare Pepe creators, and I'm really excited to speak to you today.
Thank you. I'm equally as excited to speak to you and speak about my Pepes and my history of kind of crypto art. Yeah, should be good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's such a rich topic, and Pepes are they're definitely one of the most important projects in the vintage scene for sure. But before we talk about your Pepes and some of that, let's kind of step back and let's talk about what got you interested in crypto. Like, how'd you first hear about it, and then what compelled you to actually make the jump and actually buy in too?
So I can't remember when I first heard about Bitcoin. It must have been, I don't know, sort of in the early days, kind of when it first started, but never really looked into it or bought any. But basically, so I've known Mr. Hansel, another Pepe OG. We've known each other since we were kids, and he was kind of much more into kind of reading up about Bitcoin and stuff like that. And I can remember us having discussions about the price when I think it was like 100 quid for one Bitcoin. Now it's like really expensive, and, well, just kind of not quite understanding how you'd get it, and you have to have get stored on your hard drive and can only access it that hard drive and stuff like that. And so and then I can't quite remember exactly when, but I know that he kind of got into kind of Spells of Genesis, and there was another game, sort of card game that had tokens on counterparty before Pepe's, and from that, so he would tell me about playing Spells of Genesis. He was one of the kind of beta testers, sort of playing the game. He'd say, talk about how his assets worked with the game and stuff like that. And then eventually he then moved into creating Rare Pepes. I'm a big comic book guy. So how easy it is to see that I've got, shelves of comics there. So I knew of Pepe the Frog from Boys Club. I sort of bought issue 2 when it originally came out, and never managed to get any of the others because they, being in the UK, it was difficult to get stuff over here unless you sort of paid astronomical postage fees. So I never got around to getting more than just issue 2. And he was trying to sort of explain what it was and about how it worked. And the thing that kind of resonated with me was that you could have an asset on that you owned, and then you could load it into a game and play with that asset in one game, and then you could also load it into another game and still have that same thing. And you didn't have, it wasn't tied to an account as such. It's just in your wallet, and then if you wanted to, you could sell that. And so, also being not a huge gamer, but being a gamer, sort of kind of made sense to me that actually this as a utility, and thinking ahead into the future of how gaming could kind of start using these things, it kind of just made perfect sense to me. So I can't remember exactly how or when I sort of said, oh yeah, let's do it, but we kind of met up, and I created my first wallet. I think he sent me one of his Pepes, and then I just waited around for submissions to roll around because it was I think it was just Mike that was still doing submissions at that point. It was I think it was just early 2017, so like kind of March time, something like that, was when I sort of started to kind of draw um, down my first couple of ideas for Pepe's.
So to be clear, so you bought BTC and got in just to take advantage
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
counterparty.
So yeah. Sorry. So yeah. My first Bitcoin was I think it was I spent £40 on some Bitcoin to load my wallet so I could buy some XCP to create counterparty assets. So
Cool.
I looked for where I could buy Bitcoin, and there was a website, and it said send um, do a bank transfer to this bank account with this reference. Um, I'm guessing it was like your wallet address or something. I can't remember exactly what it was now. And you'll get that Bitcoin. So there's no guarantee that it would actually come through, and it was so yeah, just send it blind. So I wasn't going to send lots of money. I sent like I can't remember how much Bitcoin I got. I can't remember what the price was. Um, but yeah, I sent £40, and yeah, that got the ball rolling.
That's awesome. Yeah, I know early on in the US too, it was also you also had to jump through some hoops and shady money transmitters in order to get Bitcoin too. Yeah, that's cool. So I know you touched on like your passion for comics a little bit. So was that your first introduction to art, or how did you when did you get started like drawing and being a creator too?
Yeah, it probably is comics, to be honest. I've always, even as a kid, I loved to draw and stuff. And yeah, comics have always kind of been a big driving force in the background. Um, I've always just needed to create. I've never, until Pepe's, it's not like I was a professional artist. I didn't go to art school and anything like that. But, I think, when people have passions for things, it, it helps kind of, I don't know, it helps them feel like more, I don't know, more fulfilled human being or something like that. I don't know. It's a difficult one to describe, but basically, I can't think of a time where I've not been either doing something artistic or just, um, there was some kind of film podcasts that I listened to, and I kind of call into those and just kind of make stuff up and joke around and things like that, just as a way of kind of creating and yeah, it's just something that's always been there. So then, doing art for Pepe's, that kind of, yeah, I was on board straight away with just drawing and kind of getting stuff, yeah, made, and then yeah, just having an audience there. Yeah, it was just cool, really.
Yeah, that's what's amazing about Rare Pepes is, you didn't have to be a professional artist to create something that could be accepted into the directory and be able to trade. And, I don't know, it's the that vibe of just having a pure community project like that is really special.
Yeah, yeah, definitely is. Yeah, uh, because I think there was just a good energy. Well, there still is now, to this day with the fake rares. But yeah, it was just people just kind of there, just making these memes and um, yeah, sort of doing it as a way to kind of spend their time. Um, so I think I think I said we sort of had a little bit of a chat before recording, but I was sort of saying how I got the impression that a lot of the kind of Pepe creators at the time were sort of seeming like probably guys in there. Well, I guess back then probably sort of early to mid 30s. Not going out every night like they used to, and just finding this online community of like-minded people and just kind of messing about online, really.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Outside of a couple of young artists, I think I would assume most of them are, probably about our age, you know.
Yeah.
And I think, because it leaned, I mean, even still, 2016 through 2018 is even now still a relative early adopter of crypto. I think that there's a bias towards the tech savvy or the finance savvy
Yeah.
individuals too.
Yeah, I think, before all the price hype and things like that, yeah, people weren't just sort of buying in as an investment. It was more of a kind of experiment or a sort of just out of interest just to see how it all worked and things
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. For me, it was, what really interested me is the fact that it was decentralized and that it, like, again, it was uncensorable, right? So,
Yeah.
which has become, Silk Road is like a huge milestone in Bitcoin history because it was like its first mass use case. Now, regardless of the legalities of it was a huge milestone. And even today, so even outside of the strictly darknet, we have gray market usages for Bitcoin and uncensorable finance that are really needed. So, for example, in the U.S., we have an interesting, let's say, healthcare system with interesting regulations. So, for
Yeah.
example, you can get medications like patented or regulated medication from either Canada or India at sometimes it's something like a tenth or a fifth, or I mean there's a for the same medication versus the how you would have to do it in the US, where it makes it financially infeasible for a lot of people to buy it through the regulated traditional means that even require going through a doctor in addition to those pharmacy fees. So that's one area I've seen that is a legit usage for people using crypto to again it's kind of like a gray area where but it's really affording people the opportunity and the freedom to improve their lives that otherwise they wouldn't have, because a lot of these operations obviously can't accept US dollars directly because banks and payment processors would censor them.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, cool. So and we see the use case for uncensorable transactions, I think, is getting more and more prevalent too. We in recent history we just had the Canadian trucker protest, where we saw the Canadian government freeze people's bank accounts without charging them for a crime too, which I think is a really big precedent that I don't think will be easily forgotten by the people that are paying attention to.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
um,
definitely. Yeah.
yeah, I think that's really important. But well, that's cool. So you jumped in just to take advantage of the counterparty scene. So that's
Yes, yeah.
that's cool. It's funny. I had already been in Bitcoin for a while, but you pay attention for a while and you get caught up with life stuff. I never even I wasn't aware of the counterparty scene back then, so I totally missed on that. But it's a super cool technology. The fact it has a built-in DEX and it's so easy to create tokens. It's really a cool system. So I'm glad you were able to jump on and get started. So did Hansel help you with your with the process of your first submissions, and how did that go?
Um, I think mainly, I think he sort of talked it through, but mainly, so there was a Medium article that Skrilla put together, which um, kind of explained how to get XCP, which in itself was, um, wasn't the easiest of things, being kind of new to kind of everything. So XCP, I think at the time, the only exchange you could get it on was Bittrex. So I had to create a Bittrex account and do my first trades to kind of learn you know, all that kind of stuff about trading to, you know, just buy some XCP. So that sort of bit of Bitcoin I got right at the start. That then, yeah, got me my XCP, so I could then mint some tokens. And then I think, I think Skrilla's article explained how to do that as well. I'm just trying to remember. So again, sort of before we started recording, I was talking about some of the early tools that we used, and so there was an app called Indie Square, which was a mobile app, and you could use that to load, create the assets and kind of load artwork and stuff. I think back in those days we didn't load the artwork to the asset. We just sent the artwork to the scientist. So I'll sort of explain. So yeah, let me jump back a bit. So it was probably March, April time when I sort of said, let's sort of make some Pepes. But at the time, it may have been Series 19 was being issued. I think Series 19, that was all assets to do with the Pepe party game that John Villar was sort of working on. So there was, I think it was half of Series 18 and all of Series 19 were going to be ones that you could kind of use. So the idea of the game was you could use any of the Pepes you owned, but he wanted to create trading card packs or something like that to, you know, be able to, you know, give people sort of a cheap way of getting some assets in so they can start playing the game. So that all of that series was kind of reserved, and then Series 20, it was only for artists that had Pepe submitted in any of the prior series. So as a new artist, I couldn't submit for Series 20, so I had to wait for Series 21 to rock around. And so I've got some dates written down here. So my first, I was sort of drawing a few things. So I drew basically Pepe based on a Mexican wrestler called El Santo, which I've never released. I didn't even create an asset for that one. Although, maybe Rich Pepe might fit that one. I think I also, so I've got Fast Pepe, which I'll sort of talk about them all in order, but I think the original kind of version of Fast Pepe was one of the ones that I worked on kind of early-ish. But then the one that I did actually submit first was Pumping Pepe, which is based on Arnie in Pumping Iron. So as well as being a comic fan, I'm a sort of huge kind of action movie fan. So I love Sly and Arnie and that kind of 80s kind of muscle aesthetic. Sort of in crypto, everyone's talking about pumping and stuff like that. And so I think I just, thought Pumping Pepe, it just came into my mind. And obviously, the sort of main image from that is Arnie when he's won smoking the joint at the end. So that was the image I took.
Awesome.
Pepe is numero uno.
So did you physically draw that and scan it in, or were you doing this digitally?
So all of my Pepes are digital. They're 100% digital. So this is the original iPad 3 that everything was done on.
Oh, cool.
It's not charged at the moment. And it's, even when it is charged, it's really temperamental. It will sort of turn itself off after a couple of minutes and things. So yeah, I'm gonna try and, I do have a charge lead somewhere, but I have to dig it out. But yeah, so basically, so yeah, all of the Rare Pepes are done on this iPad 3 on an app called Sketchbook Pro, I think. Which was, I think it was a free app. It was just one that I'd found, and I'd sort of drawn or done some like kind of crappy sort of memes for friends on it. And then yeah, when Pepe's came along, yeah, because I had the
So,
app.
and were you using like a pencil or a stylus too to help with that, or?
To begin with, I was just using my finger. And then at some point I did buy a stylus. I can't remember when exactly, but yeah, definitely I'd say a lot of the early ones were just done using finger.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and then yeah, I started to use the stylus, and that was that was like, wow, this is amazing. And then and now I've got yeah, iPad Pro that I do everything on with Procreate, which is just yeah.
So how much better are those? How much better is it as a creator with those newer iPads? I bet it's
it's unreal. Just I can't remember how many layers I was kind of limited to on the old one, but yeah, just the app that I was using, I probably could have got other apps, but you know, I was just stuck kind of using that one. And then, you know, as time goes on, because it's an old iPad, it's difficult to get the newer apps. So like the ones that that are GIFs, I had to kind of export out the single frames and use a separate app to make that. Whereas Procreate, I can just do it all in that app, which just makes things so much easier.
awesome. Yeah, I mean, I bet it's a lot faster and more reliable too with the modern hardware too.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. It's just it's kind of it's just a big improvement. Yeah, it
So
just makes it so much
it's
easier.
funny to think of how modest you know, what you're able to get away with to get started with this, you know, versus what we have available now. So that's really cool.
Yeah, well, I think that I think the sort of original Pepe's, a lot of people were using like Microsoft Paint as well. I know there's
Yeah.
quite a few people using that. I think
I
that
talked to
was
a few people that were using Photoshop and Paint. Yeah, it's you know, that's the again, it didn't have to be super complicated to get accepted. It just had to be dank, right? So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know, it could be low effort, but as long as the sort of dankness was there, the mimetics of it was strong, then you get a good chance of it going in.
yeah.
Whereas if it was low effort and kind of dull, then yeah, it's like no, sorry, see ya. Okay, try again.
One thing I thought was fun talking to one of the creators is that you know, there's some of the Pepes they had like kind of a either a low res or a jankiness to it, and that was a aesthetic that some of them were actually going for, which I thought was pretty fun too.
Yeah, yeah, definitely,
Yeah, so
definitely.
yeah, so pumping Pepe is definitely a cool one. It's certainly an eye catcher, and like you said, definitely a strong meme. And
Yeah,
so that was a so your most of your early Pepes are just 100 supply, and that's just what you went for because that was the most common like
yeah. Well,
issuance.
that was the lowest. That so I can't remember the exact series. I think series 3 or 4. Scientists said minimum issuance is 100. Um, I can't remember if they set a limit on the maximum. But yeah, there was definitely a minimum issuance, and um, I looking at kind of what was selling and how much things were selling for 100 sort of seemed to make sense for me. It was
Yeah.
totally scarce, and yeah, I could
I
make back
definitely,
my
I
small
definitely
investment.
appreciate. Yeah, I appreciate that they did set a minimum, because I mean, I know it makes them, some of those early low supply ones, really valuable, but at the same time, it makes it almost impossible for collectors to get nowadays because they're so expensive. So
Yeah, yeah, definitely, yeah, and it meant that some of those early ones. I know Joe Looney's got a story where I can't remember which Pepe it was. I think it was only a free issuance or something, and he bought all three and didn't realize. He just saw um, just saw it go up on the decks and swooped up the free, and everyone, and then saw someone on the chat saying, "Hey, he bought like the entire supply of this," and he's like, "Oh, sorry." So yeah, it kind of stopped things like that happening even by accident. No one could kind of corner the market then and buy everything up for themselves. Yeah.
yeah, cool. So your first one was pumping Pepe, and so at the time you submitted the art itself, you didn't actually create the token first, right? Is what you're saying?
No. So yeah, I'll sort of talk. And I'm just going to try and find what the original on Telegram with the so from series 21, I think it was the first series that did it. There was a chat, and I think it was John Birrell that created it, and it kind of took a lot of the pressure off the scientists. I don't know if it was before series 21 or not. If it was just Mike, I know that in talking to Hansel, you would have to send Mike the art file and things like that, and he would have to kind of manually check it. Well, I don't think manually check it. It was him doing pretty much all the work. And so I think just found the chat. Scroll back to the start. And so to kind of alleviate some of that pressure, there was this bot created to kind of smooth the way with submitting stuff. So yeah, here we go. So July the 2nd. So I'd created the Pumping Pepe. The token was created the 14th of June 2017, and then on July the 2nd was when so you'd start the chat with the chatbot, put the
Oh
name
yeah.
of the
Okay.
asset in, and it would kind of come back. And yeah, at the time it was you had to burn 700 Pepe cash.
Mhm.
So that was one of the other kind of things you had to have. And then so yeah, saying token needs to be named, locked, undivisible, and between 100 and 100,000 units. Because yeah, I think they didn't want anyone to kind of try and create their own kind of shit coin based on Pepe. So yeah.
Well,
And
that's
then
it's great you
and then
saved those conversations.
and then you'd send it the art file,
Okay.
and then yeah, it looks like that same day, July the 2nd, I then got notification that it was approved.
Neat. Okay.
So so yeah, you get that message, then you would go on Rare Pepe directory and go into your Rare Pepe wallet, and it would then show up as as the assets as they show now. So yeah, that was brilliant, and then you could just straight away just start listing stuff on the decks. So I think I was listing stuff at about 1,000, maybe 1,500 Pepe cash, maybe a bit more. You know, it's all on the text, so everyone can see kind of what stuff was listed for back then. And I think, yeah, and it was amazing because, yeah, like I said, you know, we had Indie Square and there was another app called Book of Orbs that made listing stuff on the decks pretty simple. You just, you know, kind of how Rare Pepe wallet works in terms of you just click whether you want to sell it for XCP or Pepe Cash and put in the amounts that was on the apps. And then when stuff was selling, you get alerts, which used to be, you know, really cool because you feel the phone buzz or whatever. You'd be at a meeting at work and you're trying to sort of sneak a look at your phone just to see, or is that, have I made another sale, or is that, you know, is that just a message or whatever?
That's funny.
It was, yeah, it was just cool to, you know, put stuff on and then see how long it was before, you know, things would start selling. And then, yeah, kind of listing, I think it's sort of generally would list kind of 5 at times, something like that.
Okay, so and you had two Pepes in series 21, the Lucha Pepe too. Yeah.
So these are trading cards I got made up.
Oh, cool.
Earlier this year.
Neat. Yeah, so you had your first 2 published in series 1, and you're was there I know the whole like Mexican wrestling like theme. Is there a particular icon or something that that Lucha Pepe is based on, or is that?
No, so this was taken from, so there's oh god, I can't even remember the name of it. There's a Mexican wrestling magazine. And it just had these amazing covers. And this was just a cover from that magazine. I can't remember the wrestler's name now. I'm not, you know, I'm not a hugely knowledgeable on Mexican wrestling. But you know, in terms of imagery and stuff, it's pretty cool. Just have kind of
it's really striking.
And so yeah, I think so. I did. I basically kind of redrew the cover as it was, obviously changing the text. Yeah, that just says Rare. That's picking up. And then originally it was just all coloured the same as the cover, and I just put just a kind of green, green transparency over the top. And I think that I did a couple of versions. So I think I did one where his mask and trunks and boots were green, and then did the inverse where he was green. And I obviously went with this one in the end.
So I bet it was exciting getting your first couple of cards accepted. You know, did you start like as that was accepted and those were, you were listing those, did you start like collecting other Pepes with your sales, or what were you doing at the?
Yeah.
Like, how are you kind of looking at it at the time?
I think even before then, I had probably a small collection of Pepes because people were doing giveaways and things on the Telegram group. I can't remember if I was buying Pepes then or not. You know, I was definitely just stacking Pepe Cash and XCP. But yeah, there were definitely, you know, I think if ones came up that I really liked, I did try and grab them. Just you know, because I've got the sort of collector's mentality. You know, I've got these made up as trading cards because to me they just feel like digital trading cards more than anything. I know a lot of people kind of these days with NFTs, they want to know what the roadmap is, what the utility is, all that kind of stuff. For me, you know, Rare Pepe's, all it was just about trading the images, like, you know, trading cards or swapping stickers. But it was a bunch of kind of generally grown men, you know, other than kids, you know, playground. It was, yeah.
It is like it totally is just like trading cards for adults, really, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely. And I think that's another reason why it all clicked for me, because it's just it's not an alien concept. I've got I don't know if you saw on Twitter the other day. I bought a box of Marvel Universe series 3 and I opened them all.
oh no, that's cool.
These are all my double doubles. So I've
Mhm.
got a complete set, which is cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it
yeah,
I mean, that makes sense too, especially since you had the background in comics too, that it would kind of click. So,
yeah.
um, well, cool. Yeah. So your next one that you created was like how do you pronounce that? Pepaki or Peprocky
Pocket.
or?
So yeah, so this one, so the third one I actually submitted. So I'll just get the chat again. So yeah, Lucha Pepe. So with the chatbot, you could only submit every 24 hours. So July the 2nd, Pumpkin Pepe was submitted. July the 3rd, straight in again. So I'd kind of, you know, because I knew submissions were closed, I was just backing up, ready to load. So July the 3rd, I had Lucha Pepe ready to go. I submitted that, and that was accepted on the 4th. And then on the 4th of July, you can see here, the third card I actually submitted
Uh-huh.
was Fast Pepe.
Oh, okay.
Um, but it got
Oh, okay.
rejected. So it was different art. So it was totally different. It was
Okay.
I was doing one in the style of the kind of the sort of the early series ones, using the template
Hmm.
and purposely drawing it in a kind of crappy way. Let's see if this zip file opens. Yeah, there we go. So that was
Oh,
that
yeah.
was the original art.
Yeah, the one that got accepted is definitely cooler.
um, so yeah, so that one got rejected, and so I was like, what? I couldn't believe it. I was like, what? Um, and so that day, I just sat down and yeah, I just kind of, because I didn't have anything else lined up, I don't think. And so yeah, so that came through 1:30 in the morning. Um, that Fast Pepe was rejected. So I woke up and that was the first thing I saw. I was like, no, like my first rejection. It's like, oh. And so I then that day I sat down and like I said, I'm sort of Sly and Arnie fan, and I think I'd seen that there weren't any Rocky Pepes, so I just wanted to do Pepocky. I wanted to do a Rocky Pepe, and can't remember what time I started it, but submission was done at 1:20 that same day. So I think it was 6 hours from start to finish, just drawing that one. I just, head down, got it done, and submitted it that day. Um, uh, yeah, and then the following day it was approved. So that one was just coming back um, after my first submission, which in a way is sort of kind of mirrors the Rocky story in a way. Gets beaten down, but keeps fighting. I'm trying to
Found the
think of
dot
it.
out.
Yeah, it's not about how hard you can hit, but how hard you can get hit and keep going back is the quote, isn't it? So
That's awesome.
so
Yeah,
in a
and
weird way, the meme kind of reflects real life there, and there was no, that wasn't the intention. That it was like, oh yeah, this has to be a comeback. This has to be the Rocky moment, as it were. But it just that's only just come to mind now, which is pretty funny.
that's cool.
So
Um,
yeah, there's
yeah,
there it is there for anyone watching.
that's great. And so you had like a bunch of submissions like really quick and a bunch of acceptances. So
Yeah,
that's pretty awesome.
yeah, it was cool. It was just yeah. Um, it wasn't that I was trying to, you know, to hit a number of Pepe's or anything like that. I was just, like I said, I was just being creative. I just couldn't stop. It's yeah, it's odd. Yeah. I think some other people have are experiencing that now with the fakes and things. You know, once you start doing it, it's your mind there. You're working on something. Your mind's kind of almost sometimes three or four pieces down the line, thinking, yeah, I need to do that one. Or, and then you'll watch something, you'll see something, you get an idea for another Pepe, and you're like, boom, boom, boom. Um, yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Kind of takes over your mind.
Definitely, yeah.
One of your next one is one of the is a really striking one that you did. I love the colors that you used for that. Yeah, the barbaric Pepe.
Yeah. So the comic book ones are just
Oh,
repurposed comic book covers. I don't know, I can't quite remember why I chose the Conan as a subject. I'm not.
mhm.
Uh, I, it's yeah, it's one of those comics I've not read huge amounts of. So it's not like I'm a huge Conan comic fan. It may have been. I'm trying to remember now. It's like um, being an army fan. Obviously, he's Conan in the films. I don't know if I was thinking of him, but thought maybe not doing another one of him so soon. I just can't remember what it was that made me pick that cover. Uh,
Well, I wanted to ask too. So there's like a like just the picture of a head below his legs too. Is that like supposed to be some sort of like figure back in the crypto scene or something, or is that just a random?
that's Jihan Wu.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was about to say, yeah.
So Indelible Trade did the Jihan Wu Pepe, which I think was one of the series 20 ones. And that was just that was being posted quite a lot.
That is such a
Uh,
sick Pepe, by the way, the Jihan
and
Wu, and he did such a sick job
yeah,
on that.
it's an awesome one, definitely. Yeah, which is why I wanted to kind of include it in that. And so I've got to the right of Pepe is supposed to be Vitalik.
Oh,
So
okay. Yeah. Mhm. Awesome.
so I was trying to mix the kind of crypto kind of references and memes in with the stuff I was doing. Thing.
Yeah, I wanted to say,
But
I
that was,
was
that's the original cover. So it's,
okay.
a lot of the layout and things like that. The colors are
Uh-huh.
all pretty much the same, except
Hmm.
that Conan is Pepe, and yeah, obviously redone the font at the top, and then uh, so Rob Ness used to be in the Pepe chat, always
Uh-huh.
pimping Lord Keck,
Hmm.
um,
Yeah.
and so the competition that was originally a win, a Toys R Us shopping spree, was a win a patch of Keck dust. So yeah,
Well,
referencing him. Yeah.
I like how you kind of increase the contrast on it too. It makes it really pop with your colors that you use.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to ask because I it looked like Jihan Wu, but I just wasn't able to.
Yeah,
So
cool. If that's being picked up, that's another sort of Easter egg, as it were. So it used to be like the Comics Code Authority would have to approve all the comics, but obviously Rare Pepe's are approved by the scientists.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
So it says approved by the Rare Pepe scientists. I don't know how that's showing up very well.
Yeah.
But you know, you can see, you can look it online, you can see that. So yeah.
That's awesome. I love the Jihan Wu reference. That's I don't know, it's such a great part of crypto history.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it's definitely one of those Pepes that once you've seen it, you don't forget.
it's you know exactly. It's one of those there's some that are like just super iconic. Like DJ Pepe and Jihan Wu and Hair Pepe. I mean, it's just one of the I don't know. They're really standouts in the series. So that's cool that you can kind of meme on the other Pepes within your Pepes too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And that's that's one of the things that I think from almost from series one that was happening. It was just the layers of memes building on top of other memes, and it was just it was just that added to the community vibe of just this group of us just all kind of messing around and
yeah,
not
awesome.
thinking of like, oh, who's going to come in and what are people going to think of this. It was just by us, for us, and yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, and so looks like shortly thereafter you submitted Pepe Drago, which is kind of goes with your Rocky theme too.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm just looking at dates where I kind of created the asset. So um, Barbaric Pepe, I created the asset on the 17th of July. Um, Same date as that, I created Pepe 36, which is what we'll talk about. So Pepe Drago was the 20th of July. And then Fast Pepe was the 4th of July. But then, like I said, that one got rejected, which is why date wise, when I created the assets, it was like that. So yeah, Drago, I think when again, I can't really remember exactly why, but I think when Pepoki came out, um, I think it sort of hit quite well within the community. So I just um, I enjoyed kind of making it, so I just wanted to kind of carry on, and I like the idea of having a sort of series within the Pepes I was making. So like Skrilla did with his four elements. DJ Pepe, MC Pepe, um, uh, Graffiti Pepe. I can't remember the names of them, but the Graffiti Pepe and the Breaking Pepes. Um, so yeah, just have like my own little kind of mini set within the Pepes. So again, just thinking, oh yeah, people are going to collect and they like Rocky, kind of maybe
Mhm.
want Pepe Drago as well. So yeah, that was uh, kind of part of the full process behind that one.
It turned out really well too. You really did a good job of pepifying him.
Yeah, yeah. I think the main difference obviously is like Pepoki, he doesn't. He's just kind of bald. He's just got the Pepe
Uh-huh.
bald, whereas with Drago, he's still got his hair. So still, yeah. I think if I was doing Pepoki now, I might leave the hair on him. I don't know.
Mhm.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's cool to be thinking ahead about creating your own little mini series or mini set within the Pepes. Um, your resubmission of Fast Pepe. I know you like most of yours are low supply, but even though it's a higher supply, it's one of my favorites you created. It's such a fun one.
Yeah. I just there's something about Vin Diesel. It's just I don't know. He just takes himself so seriously. I love the Fast and Furious films, and partly is because they take themselves so seriously. Yet they are probably some of the most ridiculous
Yeah,
action
absurd.
films out there.
Yeah.
But I think that works because if it was done tongue tongue in cheek. It just
And
hit fame.
yeah, and the
So
way you
yeah,
did the speed, like the speed in the background and cartoonified the vehicles and the explosions, it just turned out really well.
yeah, I sort of amped up a bit. So in the I did so in that original one I showed you, it was just a picture of the car. So I did try and have a version that had like a bigger car in there as well, but I thought it was just getting too busy. So I just, I wanted Vin Diesel in there obviously, and just needed some sort of car. So I just found, yeah, a big explosion from one of the films and chucked that in there. And then, yeah, you mentioned the issuance. There's 1,320 of them. And so I wanted to do a high issuance card, just because there were like giveaways going on and things like that. So I wanted to do a card that I could, give away or make gift cards of to, sort of give to people and things like that, and not have to worry about kind of running out, as it were. And the actual number, so it's, the reason it's not 1,000 is because I can't remember exactly why now, but well, 1,320 is something like the number of yards in a quarter of a mile or something like that. It's to do with yeah, breaking a quarter of a mile down into a smaller measurement.
That's cool. It's such, like I said, it's such a fun looking card. It's great.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So
So was that pretty popular when you released that as well?
I don't remember it being hugely popular. I've still got quite a lot of them, so, and
Yeah.
I do tend to try and put it on the decks sort of fairly regularly. I'm saying that I've probably not put it up for a few months now, but try and put it up as a few XCP, like 5 or 10 XCP for each one. So yeah, um, uh, but yeah, I've still got probably well over 1,000. So,
I know
to
it was one of my favorite high supply cards. I grabbed one off the decks a while ago. Just again,
nice.
it's super sick. I really love it. Um,
Thank you.
and so you were creating a bunch of these in a short amount of time, and so your next one, you moved to another wrestling themed one, which was the Pepe 3.6.
So yeah, Pepe.wtf. So um, this one, yeah, I kind of knew I wanted to do some wrestling ones. So for me, growing up watching wrestling, I was kind of uh, the right age for appreciating the Attitude Era wrestling, the WWE. So Stone Cold, The Rock, Undertaker, Mick Foley, all those guys. Just sort of being there, watching that as it all happened was pretty amazing. I say I wanted to do a Stone Cold Pepe, and I don't know if I had any particular idea of exactly what it would be at the time, but what I do remember is that I wanted to do Pepe Recall, uh, but to do that, I would have to know how to create a GIF. Um,
Mhm.
and so rather than try and do that one off the bat and like spectacularly fail, I wanted to try and do something fairly simple. And so uh, just kind of uh, thinking of simple things to do, Stone Cold with the cans of beer and just animating that. Um, I thought should hopefully, be a good enough test to see if I could kind of get a GIF working. Um, and so I'm just looking for some notes. I found something earlier, and so uh, yeah, um, I don't know. There's no dates on this, so I'm thinking this is around the time I did it. But you've got, I did break down the text as well to try and work out the text. And I can't see why I would do that after I'd kind of made the card. So I think that was me. This was my sort of notebook at the time.
Okay.
Blocking stuff out. There's not a huge amount of Pepe stuff in there, but I was looking for stuff earlier and what kind of notes and things I had, and that was in there. And it was like, oh, okay, so that must be the original one where I broke down what it was going to say on the card as well. Because obviously, as well as the sort of beer kind of being animated, the text kind of changes. So
yeah, that's cool. I mean, that's a perfect, like you said, the perfect simple way to test out a GIF.
Yeah, it's something like 4 frames for the bear, and I think it runs through either 4 frames or 2 frames or something for each frame of the phrase, as it were. And it came out well. I was pleased with just how it looked when it did animate, and just making it so it just looks good when it loops as well, because obviously with a GIF it's just going to loop, so it's kind of nice when it just you can have it just loops and you can't really see where the join is.
I mean, and it's kind of a nice follow-up, because we had one of the early Pepes was that Ric Flair Pepe that Skrilla did. That was super sick. Jeez.
Yeah, that's awesome, that one.
Oh man, I wish it weren't such a supply card. Yeah. Exactly. That's one I'd love to have, but that's just unobtainable.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, so I'm a huge fan of Ric Flair, so I didn't watch his last match, so I can't bring myself to watch that. But I've got a plan. Like I said, I'm always just generally thinking of ideas and maybe not actually drawing them, but I've got an idea of something that might feature Ric Flair in the future, or a Pepe version of Ric Flair. But I won't reveal it because I'm not excited. I've just had the idea, and that's it. So.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of wrestling icons, Ric Flair has to be one of the most recognizable too, outside of the wrestling scene.
Yeah, definitely. He's sort of, I think he's somehow he sort of got himself kind of mixing in with kind of lots of rappers and things like that. I guess they're all fans, so I'm quite happy to interact with him. But I think he's sort of trying to I don't know what basically, but
I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, he's been in a couple of rap videos and things like that.
Well, more power to him, man. I mean,
he's always trying to look for the sort of ways. So we should try and get him on doing some fake rares or something.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, so I have to admit, I'm not familiar with the reference for the next one you created, the Pepe Wyatt.
Oh, okay. So Pepe Wyatt. So there were only 2 of these, but this was the first one I did as a sort of commission, basically. So someone approached me in Telegram and just said, "Oh, can you do the art of this?" They own the asset, they submitted it, but they gave me 50% of the tokens. So this is basically another wrestling themed one. So Bray Wyatt was like quite a popular wrestler at the time in WWE.
Okay.
Kind of sort of a little bit kind of horror based, bit sort of southern fried kind of cult leader type guy, that kind of vibe. but as a wrestler kind of thing. And so he used to have a phrase, follow the buzzards. So I just changed it to follow the blockchain. And he used to kind of do this pose in the middle of the ring. So, I took that pose and just chucked him in a graveyard.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I was curious what that was about. So that was your first commission then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool that you got it accepted too.
Yeah. I think, I don't think there were any issues getting that one through.
But your Pepe recall is is definitely one of your more catching ones too. I love the I love the way you pulled that off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've used this motif a couple of times since as well. So yeah, obviously there was this one. Then in 2018, after Rare Pepe finished, was there was a kind of beef Pepe series called Pepe.wtf.
Yeah.
And I did the art for a couple of cards in that series, and one of them was called When Pepe. Find it. It's probably not easy to find that well known. And it's Vitalik turning into Pepe. So it's the same, the same thing. So instead of sort of Dorian Nakamoto, it's Vitalik changing. So I think I should have.
I'm sure that was a big hit when you released that one too.
Well, again, it was because of the time, 2018. It was
Oh, cool.
so,
Yeah, that's great.
yeah, because it was 2018. It didn't, it wasn't hugely popular. I sold a few of them, but I think a lot went on unsold, and because of the way ETH contracts work, I think the unsold ones are locked away on this old contract on sort of old. I can't remember what token they kind of made it on. So at some point last year, someone did make a wrapper to bring across ones that people owned. But I think I've got one of them, so I've got that. But yeah, the rest of them, yeah, I just think there might be a couple of others that got bought that people have, but I think most of the supply are just locked away in that old contract, and I don't know if they'll ever see the right date. So it's fairly scarce. And then a more recent one, so yeah, April last year. So when I first kind of started doing stuff on OpenSea, did one that I call Get Your Doge to Mars.
Oh, okay, yeah. Neat.
So yeah, just taking that same kind of idea of kind of well-known crypto or crypto personalities or in people in that sort of sphere, as it were, well-known people, and mix them with the memes that they're kind of associated with. So, yeah,
That's
I
cool.
did have the idea for another one the other day, but I can't remember what it is. But I might be doing another one at some point. Just because it's kind of fun. It's and everyone knows that scene, whether or not they've seen Total Recall. I think people who generally seen that, that kind of that little clip of the mask coming up.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely one of the probably the most famous scene from that movie, right?
Yeah. Funny enough, it was on TV last night, so I was watching it again last night, which was cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and your next one is Enter the Pepe, which is as a big Bruce Lee fan. You also captured another kind of iconic scene from what was that? That Enter the Dragon, I think is
Into the
what that
Dragon.
was. Yeah.
So yeah, again, yeah, huge kind of Bruce Lee martial arts fan. Again, I think it was some of these. Is you look through the directory and you see where the gaps are. And you're like, there isn't like a Bruce Lee one. How's that? How is that possible? Why is there not a Bruce Lee Pepe? So you just have to do it. So yeah, I think that one. So yeah, I'm just looking at the dates again. So I created the token 22nd of July on that. So that was created before Pepe. So sorry, let me just have a look at the chat because this I don't know if everyone finds this interesting, but so going back to the chat, so I submitted Pepe on the 5th of July, and then it was approved on the 6th of July, and so I don't think people realise submissions were just they wouldn't be open all the time; they'd be closed. So every day, kind of sometimes
Oh, okay.
day, I'd be just kind of tweaking the bot just to see when it was open. So it went from like the 6th of July through to the 24th of July to when submissions were open again. And that was barbaric. But yeah, I'm just looking at the order of submitted stuff. Actually, so yeah, funnily, so yeah, got this. So I submitted barbaric Pepe, and then Pepe 3.6 was submitted after barbaric, but two others got approved before that one did. So so yeah.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, Drago was accepted. Yeah, Fast Pepe. Oh, this is cool. So yeah, sometimes you get comments back from
Oh, cool.
the scientists.
Mm-hmm.
So that was
Awesome.
always cool to see. So yeah, that was that. Oh, and then yeah, before Enter the Pepe, so there were only two Pepes that got rejected. I think only two. And so the other one that got rejected was Tetsuan Pepe. I'll show you that one when we talk about that. But yeah, it looks like yeah, Pepe recall. Okay, Pepolo was submitted before Enter the Pepe as well. So yeah, it's sort of yeah, it's just interesting to go back through this chat, which is one of the reasons why I've not deleted it, is because yeah, you just don't remember these things unless it's just good to have that kind of actual information.
So even though you submitted Pepalo first, it's a couple cards later in that season. So like the seasons aren't necessarily chronological in terms of the submissions then.
No, so what would happen, and there's a card, it's called something like Pepe F My Life or something like that. It's one that John Villar made. So if you look at the cards that John Villar did, it's in his list. And it's basically it's got him swearing at the submission screen. So you catch a little glimpse of what the scientists saw, and it's just this whole list of different Pepe names. And so yeah, I think people are submitting. Like I said, it was one submission per artist per day, so there was nothing to stop you. Even if you had two or three in the stack, you could every day you could submit a new one, and that's kind of what I was doing. I was just like I said, there was that break in submissions for a couple of weeks. I wouldn't stop making Pepes during that time. I'd still be making Pepes. And also what I wasn't doing, I wasn't creating the assets all the time. Sometimes I would, depending on the idea. But because people can see the assets being created on Xchain, sometimes you don't, if you think you've got a really good idea, you don't
Oh
always
yeah.
want to create the asset, because then if
Mhm.
someone sees that, they might then go, oh yeah, I can use that. They'll create an asset which isn't the same name, obviously, but it's similar and uses the similar idea potentially. Um, or at least, I'm not saying that happened, but there's nothing to stop that from happening. And back in those days, it was like really like, keep your Pepe's rare. Don't even let people know what your ideas are, let alone know let them know what what the art is for them. So part of that, yeah, it was just like I didn't always kind of mint every single idea I had, because you don't want to play your hand and let someone else see that, especially if you've got 5 or 6 things that you're working on. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like you said, since you can have a ton of ideas and not have the time to get to them right away, so wouldn't want to tip your hand.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I don't know if it was a problem as such, but it's just yeah, it was just keeping the rarity there, kind of thing.
Yeah, so your next one, the Pepalo, was again continuing your Rocky theme. Um,
Yeah. So yeah, again, it was just yeah, it was kind of like who's next? Well, it's got to be Apollo, you know.
which that also turned out well too.
Yeah, I was pleased how that one looked. Yeah, it's just nice to it's got the because obviously the image of Rocky that I used, he's wearing the
Mhm.
stars and stripes shorts, so it's kind of ties in, because they were Apollo shorts that um, he then wore in Rocky 4, isn't it?
Yeah,
So,
and the it's a nice contrast with the purple shaded background too. Really makes it pop.
yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and another one of your striking ones is the Stan Lee Pepe or Stan Pepe. Um, as a comic book fan, I could definitely see where you got the inspiration for that.
I don't have a whole set of these, so it's on my list. I've got the old Marvel Universe series too.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh, okay. So that's that format you were basing it off of.
yeah,
I
so
see.
um, I was reaching for one of the things I've done. Oh, so yeah, this was for Miami. So when I went to Miami for the Bitcoin conference there, um, had some Pepe's up and stuff. Had a bunch of these printed as
Hmm.
um, just sort of kind of like business cards in a way, just with some details on. So there's the end of the
Uh-huh.
Pepe, and they all just had you know
Oh,
some links
nice.
to where you can get Pepe's and things, and then my Twitter and stuff like that. But obviously for this one,
Hmm.
to, to make it look like the trading
Oh,
post,
yeah.
you know,
Oh, neat. Okay.
I
Yeah.
had to make it look as authentic as possible. Just you know,
Oh, that's fun. I hadn't seen those types of cards before, but that's neat. You kept it to the back on the printing too.
Yeah, yeah, I couldn't bring myself to have have the
Yeah.
back of that not look like the trading card. I wanted it to look as much like the trading card, like one of those, something from that set of trading cards as much.
Well, that's a fun giveaway.
Yeah,
So yeah, so I mean, again, like I'm not a super huge comic fan, but I know who Stan Lee is. He's, also in
yeah,
pop since,
exactly. Yeah,
especially since kind of comic books and comic book characters went really mainstream in the last 20 years. I mean, he's definitely a huge cultural influence. So
yeah,
makes sense that you would create one with
yeah, and
him.
it goes back to talking about seeing these as trading cards. So
Mhm.
um, I wanted one that looked like a trading card, so like it shows you like used pretty much the same you know
Mhm.
format as though I tweaked bits of it. So rather than
Mhm.
being an M for Marvel Comics, it's
Oh, I
kind of
see. Yeah.
a W. But I think the rest of it is just you know
Mhm.
like it just shows you can have it side by side, and obviously this is printed to a different size, but
Yeah. Mhm.
it looks like it could be just one of the set almost. um, and so obviously because I wanted to do a trading card one. Subject matter, yeah, like you said, Stanley, he's kind of well known to people who aren't just comic book fans. He's sort of transcended that now, so it makes sense to use him as the subject matter. Yeah, and yeah, I was pleased with how it looked. It's kind of, it kind of the style of it sort of looks like it's kind of
Yeah, and he's still
trading card
recognizable
illustrated.
even with the petrification.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Luckily, he's still got his full head of hair now.
Yeah, exactly.
Which but yeah,
Well, that's fun. And so again, that was still in season 25. So it looks like
but
the
yeah,
next it looks like you kept going and you're able to get a few cards in series 26 as well.
so like I said, so this was Tetsuan Pepe. So my first, let me just scroll back and find the first version I submitted. So the this one came back with a comment saying needs more original content. Um, and so the original one was this, which was
Uh-huh.
I think it's just like the cover of the first Astro Boy
Hmm.
Tetsuan. Um, I can't remember what it's now. Uh, Japanese, but yeah, basically in Japanese it's something that translates to something like mighty atom. Um, and so I changed these
Hmm.
last couple of kanji to say frog, so it now says
Oh, I
mighty
see.
frog. So that's something I think I kept in the other one as well, and changed the
Hmm.
text to say mighty Pepe, and yeah, just sort of gave them a bit of a Pepe face. Oh, and then I put sort of tried put EZB, EZB
Oh, I see.
times,
Uh-huh.
and then that's I can't remember his name. I'm going totally blank. The guy that created Astro Boy. So basically,
Okay.
Astro Boy, the guy that created him, he's sort of like seen as the Walt Disney of manga. He's just absolutely prolific and just cranked out thousands of pages of manga. It's just insane the stuff that he did. Uh,
Oh,
yeah,
so that makes sense as a follow-up to Stan Lee is kind of making a tribute to the
well,
Japanese comic scene.
and comic stuff. So yeah, this is the image that got accepted. So it's still got
Hmm.
that same
Uh-huh.
mighty frog text there, but yeah, I've changed up the main image and chucked in a background and chucked in a sort of atom symbol. But yeah, I liked how the first one came out, but yeah, I guess for whatever reason they thought it was too similar to
Yeah, I thought that first one looked good too.
yeah, I thought I'd changed enough. All the text was sort of different. I guess the main image, it was only really the face that was different. but but yeah, I sort of took it back because I'd created the asset, because I'd submitted it. I sort of just reworked, well, totally restarted and resubmitted, because it's I didn't ever really, like I say, there's only the two that got rejected, but at no point did I think, oh yeah, I'll just sort of tweak it a bit to try and get it through, because you could just be there resubmitting forever, I guess. But yeah, I just sort of started.
Well, just out of
on each one.
Out of curiosity, so like how much time would most of these when you were doing these Pepes, how much time would most of these submissions take that you were working
on? Some of them not too long, probably, like I said, Pepe was like 6 hours. Lucha Pepe took quite a while, because that was just me getting to grips with just using the app and just using layers and doing stuff I hadn't done before. But once I kind of got some of my techniques kind of in, they weren't taking huge amounts of time. Pepe Recall took quite a while. I remember doing that every night for, I don't know, probably like a week or so. I remember I was we're in this house now, and we've been in for about a year, and it's finally time to decorate the hallway. And so I was had the week off work, and I was decorating the hallway during the day. And then in the evening, I was doing a couple more frames for Pepe Recall, which is like 24 frames or so. And like mentioned, using the app I was using at the time, it was much harder to kind of manipulate things. When I've done like the Doge one, I did that one on my new iPad, and that was a lot easier doing that one. Just because of the number of layers you can have on a single piece that you're working on. So yeah, I think generally most of them are probably taking maybe at the quickest about 3 hours, but I'd say probably about 6 hours each. But
okay.
I really can't remember now. So it all depends on what they were. Some were definitely quicker than others, and it's it's the same now. I'll do some pieces and you just crank them out so quickly, just because for whatever reason it's just you're just in that zone, and everything's clicking, you can do it. And then there are other pieces that I've been working on off for kind of weeks or sometimes months, just because you do a bit and you're like, oh,
yeah,
fed up with doing that, I'll do some other stuff and come back to it.
yeah. I could imagine that probably for some of this stuff, it's just important to get the, like, I guess, either write the idea down or just start, and then you can, whenever you have the motivation, you can finish it up.
Yeah, exactly. So at the start, you might be like, yeah, I need to get started on this, and then the reality of how much work it actually is hits, and then you're like, oh, I'm not prepared to commit this amount of time just yet to this, so I'll just chip away and do some other stuff.
Especially when you're having to juggle the rest of your normal life stuff too, so that makes sense.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, cool. So so the next one you submitted that was accepted was Smell Pepe, which is another another wrestling themed one.
Yeah, obviously doing Stone Cold, I wanted to do The Rock, and rather than do any kind of wrestling sort of in ring kind of version of The Rock, I had to do his classic his classic look, which got kind of mean, and so I drew this, and then I kind of, it was okay, and then I just thought, oh, just as a laugh, I just added these like 2 frames of him doing the people's eyebrow.
Oh yeah.
So his eye moves, and I don't know if everyone kind of knows that or not, because I think so. This is one of the ones that's pops up in Feels Good Man documentary,
Uh-huh.
and I think it gets like quite a big full screen piece, but it's just a single image. They've not used the GIF,
Oh, okay.
so I don't know. I don't know if they missed that or what happened, but yeah. So but yeah, his eyebrow does go up on the actual digital version. Because yeah, you can't have a rock without the people's eyebrow.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was definitely his signature line too that you were cutting up there too.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
but so
that's a fun one. And uh so and you know, going again with kind of the pop culture references, when your next one is the GI Pepe, which is also really fun too.
yeah, GI Pepe. Oh, there's the inspiration.
Yeah, a lot of us our age can remember playing with those as a kid.
Yeah. So yeah, so along with comics, trading cards, wrestling, uh, yeah, action figures features as well, and the stuff that I'm interested in. So yeah, I kind of yeah wanted to do a GI Joe Pepe. I always liked Flint as well. I think it was one of the very first ones I got. This is the same one.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
just decided to make a Pepe of him. That's my Flint from childhood. Oh,
Yeah, I like the effect on the background too. It turned out really well with the
yeah, so all of that is hand drawn.
okay.
I've kind of copied it. I think because there's two types of card back on the GI Joe. Let me just see if I've got any examples. So yeah, there's this sort of the digital kind of flash. Yeah, exactly how you describe it. But then I've got in here. No, I've only got. So I think in the US they had flames behind them. Um, I don't have Flint's card. I've got some of the other UK cards. So the UK cards,
Oh, okay.
and they did have. You can see that
Uh-huh.
background.
Yeah, yeah, okay. I didn't remember what the original packaging looked like because it's been so long, but that's cool that you're replicating kind of that effect.
Yeah, I'm so being a big kind of toy nerd and comic nerd and stuff like that. I just wanted it to, yeah, kind of look like it was the figure like
Yeah.
card is.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean it's a cool effect they were using back then, and you pull it off
Yeah,
really
yeah, and this is like my hand drawn version of that, so it's not
well.
as precise as it actually would look. And yeah, so that was a change because yeah, like I said, the original GI Joe version, it's got like a flame explosion behind it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Cool. Yeah, I think it looks really good. Um, and you know, you mentioned that you were into a little bit of a gamer, and I see your next one is from the same era as Pepe Hitman.
yeah.
Would-
So, so this is my second commission. So it's the same guy that I did Pepe Wyatt for.
Oh,
Uh,
cool.
he yeah, hit me up again, asking if I do one. I just sort of said yeah. And yeah, he wanted Pepe Hitman done. So I've never played any of the Hitman games.
I
So
have
just
to
sort of
admit that I haven't either. I've got
yeah.
some of them in my back catalog in Steam, but I never actually fired them
Uh,
up. So,
so yeah, I just sort of dug around for an image that I kind of looked the like of that, would be fun to draw and did that. So yeah, and then just um, yeah, the Pepe. I can't remember. Like I found one of the images had this sort of weird font, so I just kind of used
oh, okay. Mhm.
and then just hit around. I think it on somewhere.
Cool. Yeah, and you did a similar type deal for that, where you like just split the supply or something.
Yeah, so I got 50
Mhm.
of the issuance. Yeah, he issued that. So yeah.
That's cool. Um, and tell me about your the next one that you submitted. So now we're moving from season that so that commission was season 27.
So,
So
yeah.
yeah, so now we're moving towards season 28 with your next one, which is kind of like an anatomical like study of a mantis that's pepified, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I just kind of liked the idea of doing one of those sort of old um,
Hmm.
sort of anatomical illustrations. Um, so I did that of a mantis, such quite a um, uh, cool insect to um, kind of look at. And then I can't remember why. I just sort of I just thought it wasn't the sort of Pepe elements of it weren't
Hmm.
too obvious. So I just thought I'll check another image of a mantis on top of that.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah.
And sort of yeah, just kind of I didn't really have to do anything to change its features because their eyes are pretty big anyway. So I just coloured it in the eyes in white with the white dots and then gave it a red mouth. Um, but yeah,
Oh, that's cool.
um, so yeah, I do. Yeah, I do like how that one came out. It's yeah, it was pretty cool. It was trying to do something different as well. That wasn't like a pop culture reference
Hmm.
one. Yeah.
It
And,
definitely stands out.
yeah, and it's one of those things where uh, yeah, you can with Pepe you can do anything. So
Hmm.
forced to just do wrestling Pepe. Because doing that as an artist, I think I'd get pretty bored. So it's just yeah, it's just
Kind of mixing it up and trying something new.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
So, like the next one you did, I don't recognize the reference. So is this another comic reference or a manga
No,
reference?
this is a Japanese actor.
Okay.
Oh, I can't remember his proper name now, but Bunter. Yeah, should have looked up his name. He's been in sort of quite a lot of ways in quite a lot of kind of Yakuza movies and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I just wasn't familiar with those. So that's cool.
Yeah, and I don't. Yeah, I
So is
can't
that
remember
like
his
an
name.
action series of movies for?
Yeah, he's so I'm just trying to think now. So I think I was watching at the time. There's a series of films called Battles Without Honor and Humanity, and he's sort of one of the main leads in those films
Mhm.
um, that were directed. Uh, my mind's gone blank on names tonight, but basically the guy that directed Battle Royale,
Mhm.
he he directed those films back in I think the 70s. And they basically got a Blu-ray reissue a few years back by a company called Arrow. So I was watching those and just yeah, seemed um, pretty cool. And I knew there was so part of it was because I knew there was a Japanese kind of counterparty community. So
Mhm.
some Pepes I was doing would hopefully appeal to like that Japanese community. I used like Tetsuan Pepe
Yeah.
one. Um, thinking that maybe some of those, that community might appreciate them. I think artistically, I'm just really like how this one came out as
Yeah.
well.
Mhm.
I remember spending a lot of time like on that water.
Mhm. The
And yeah,
splash it the splash effect looks really good.
Yeah, it's kind of mad how well it came out. So yeah, I do like that one, and um, that one I think I've still got quite a lot of them. Probably got like at least 90, I think, because
Oh wow.
because of pricing, I was trying to, it's weird. So we've not really talked about distribution and things like that. So a lot of people now, they come in and they say, well, why isn't why does this artist still hold all of his Pepes? And it's a sort of it's a weird question to answer. It's like why do you own all of your stuff? Why don't you sell it off? Give it away to everyone, and then price will go up. And it's like, well, as an artist, and on counterparty, you don't get royalties. So if I
Mhm.
sold everything and had nothing left, then I wouldn't be seeing the kind of benefits of certain Pepe's going up in price potentially. I'm not saying that they are, but So you've all, I think, as an artist, if you don't have any of your own stuff in on the counterparty world, then you're going to miss out potentially on benefits of that.
Yeah.
Or no, depending on what new stuff you create, whether or not there is then still that market appetite for any new stuff you create. And also, so I don't know exactly when it would have started, but by sort of late 2017, probably even after Pumping Pepe. I think Pumping Pepe might be one of my most distributed cards because
Mhm.
there was still quite an active community at that point. But over the months from Series 21 onwards, um, people were just kind of either, I don't know if they were getting bored of Pepe's or they were just moving on to other things and things in their life. So the community wasn't growing, it was kind of shrinking. And
Okay.
then Bitcoin fees started to go up as well. I can't remember exactly when it was, maybe 2018. And so again, more people left. So even if I was putting stuff up, um, not everything that I put up on the decks was going to sell because there weren't that many collectors, which then means that as an artist, you're still left with lots. So I think, you
Oh,
could
that
probably
makes
look
sense.
at, you could look at a lot of wallets of people that created from, of Pepe's that were issued from series, I'd say probably 30 onwards, probably a lesser degree from series 21 onwards. And up until last year, I'd say that for most of them, probably like 75% of the issuance was still with the artist because of, putting them up in the decks. And, there were probably people at the time saying, oh, you're putting them up on the decks, but you want 2,000 Pepe cash for this. And it's like, well, again, do you want me to give it away or not? There's no perfect way of pricing these Pepes at any point in time. Is you're trying to kind of move with the market, but also not do yourself a disservice because you don't want to sell something dirt cheap and then have someone flip it for 10 times what they paid for it when you're then still holding a large number of the supply.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're
Because
not you're
they come along with a sob story going, oh, I love your stuff. I'm really, and it's not just me. This has happened. I've heard other people talk about this as well. And you're not going to escape it. There's always going to be people coming. Like Fake Rare Series 8. That was just insane. The number of people that were trying to get those, and then suddenly, within probably minutes of them getting distributed, they're getting put on the secondary market.
yeah.
So it's like, you're not going to stop it from happening, but it's,
Yeah, I
kind of
mean
think,
that's a
yeah,
yeah, it's definitely it was something I was going to bring up because the fees really make sense because in 2017 through like you're saying probably in 2018. I remember when just the transaction fees for Bitcoin, I remember I think it got over like $40 a transaction, which, you know, I mean, that's again, it turned a lot of people off Bitcoin, and yeah, it makes sense that it would have turned people off counterparty too, because even if your card was cheap on the DEX, if you have to make these transactions in order to pick it up, I mean, that's really that really will kill trading, if the fees are getting that out of control.
yeah, definitely.
But yeah, and to your point too, I mean, as a collector, it makes it hard for some like to pick up some of these cards that are like don't have the distribution, and it can make it like artificially, I would say, at least relative to the rest of the market, more expensive. But at the same time, it also can make it discourage people from, like, even if they can afford it, from doing it because they have the fear that they'll get dumped on later on too. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, and
like you
that's
said,
the
there's
thing.
no yeah, there's no like perfect solution.
Yeah. And so, yeah, if as an artist, if I'm sold a couple at a certain price, I then don't, like you say, I don't want to kind of sell a lower price and have people think I'm dumping for whatever reason. It's a difficult one. I don't want to kind of piss people off because they, put their hard-earned, cash into buying my stuff. So it's difficult.
It's That's interesting. I wouldn't have even, personally, I wouldn't have even thought of that as an angle because, I mean, essentially the entire market moves, like for
Yeah,
Pepe's, like we just saw like last year that explosion in adoption and prices, and now we're kind of going back into like a little bear market. So I could definitely see that perspective, but at the same time, I think for whoever bought back then, if you weren't really buying it because you loved it and weren't buying to hold, I mean, I don't know if you're
yeah,
if you're trying to
exactly.
speculate, this is, I mean, you know, kind of your fault if you get burned for that.
Yeah, well, that's what I always say to people. I only ever buy stuff because I like the art, and you
Mhm.
know, the the price has to be right, obviously. But I'm not gonna go all in on something if it doesn't resonate with me in some way, because at the end of the day, if everything went to zero, you know, um, how would you feel about that? As long as I've bought stuff that I've liked and hopefully supported people that I like as well. It's just yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
you're doing the right thing, kind of thing.
Yeah,
And then,
exactly.
yeah, if you then can um, kind of yeah, if I can then kind of sell my stuff and you know make a make some uh, make a decent amount of crypto out of that, well, then it's all good. But yeah, and it's you have to, in this world, everyone talks, says you have to hodl. And so if in that last big pump, all the artists sold their entire collections, and another big pump comes, you know, how am I going to feel if I've got nothing left?
Yeah,
Um,
totally.
and that, because there are OGs that did that. They in you know between 2018 and 2020, the market was pretty much dead. There were a few people picking stuff up, not in huge numbers. We say we're in a bear market now, but compared to 28 like Pepe's in 2018 to 2020, it's a completely different world. The amount, there's in my mind, there's been no slowdown at all, really.
Mhm.
People are still, buying and making things. Series 8, look at that. If we were in a bear market, that would have just died on its ass, but it hasn't. There are lots of people out there that still want to collect,
Yeah, I mean,
Pepe's and artists, whereas 2018 to 2020, that didn't exist because the community was so small. And like we were just saying, Bitcoin fees just basically just squashed any of that from kind of really kind of carrying on there. Everyone's just like, yeah, you know. So, you know, after Rare Pepe finished, there were some other projects, but nothing really caught on in the same way. You know, there were a few smaller ones like Bitcoins and stuff like that, but you know, you compare the number of people trading on Bitcoins to the numbers of people trading on fake wares now, it's like it's a complete different world. So I think, you know, if you could compare this sort of bear market to the last one, it's just, yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean the number of people in crypto in general too. I mean, so many people like either panic sold or just dumped. And I mean, there are a lot of people left, not just NFTs, but crypto totally. So, I mean, I
Yeah,
remember, I mean, the bear market was savage. I mean, you know, very few people were willing to hold from 20,000 down to 3,000, you know? So it washed
yeah,
a lot, I washed a lot of people out. But yeah, I mean, but again, hats off to the fake rares. Those have, I think to your point, I mean, a lot of like it's kind of a dual-edged sword. The season 8 was so popular that a lot of the stuff you just couldn't get. Like, I mean,
yeah,
they just instantly sold out. So I'm hoping to get some of those on the secondary in the future. But I mean, it definitely brought in some new eyes because of the big names that they were able to pull off. So, you know,
yeah,
that's
definitely.
cool.
Yeah, the big hope is that, you know, obviously they, you know, have a look around at what, you know, what else is going on in fake wares, and then find their way back to Rare Pepe's as well and start collecting those.
I mean, I guess on this, and we'll pick back up on your cards, but I guess kind of the way that I look at like not just Pepe's, but I view the entire vintage NFT scene as um it's really so different from modern NFTs in the value proposition and like the historic value that is capturing from not just time, but you know, the limited supply and the I think over time it's going to become a increasingly significant and recognized sector of the market. So I think like that of its own will have gravity, will bring more attention like to Rare Pepes naturally as again we're in a little bit of a bear market for the entire vintage space, but I you know, I see this continuing and becoming more and more powerful over time, you know.
Yeah, yeah. That's funnily enough. So, you know, talking about trading cards, recently I've been watching a few guys on YouTube that, you know, break open boxes of old, like I say old, but like, you know, trading cards sets that are only like 5 to 10 years old sometimes, like Marvel sets, and
Uh-huh.
um, I don't even know what the sports ones are going for, but some of the prices of the chase cards in there is just, it just blew my mind. I didn't realize that there was this whole, you know, market on the Marvel side. So they've got like ones that are like various tiers, so like 1 in 10, 1 in 25, 1 in 100, things like that. And these are going for like thousands of dollars just for a single card. Um, and I can see that, you know, as over time, as NFTs, hopefully, you know, hopefully it all becomes, you know, a lot more mainstream, which we saw, you know, a bit of last year. Um, but I think once all the kind of uh, propaganda and sort of misleading articles about crypto and scams and things like that, you know, once that sort of dies down a bit and people are more used to it, um, and the arguments that they had about, you know, whether sort of negative sort of connotations they could sort of put on it kind of go away because they, you know, they've been proved wrong or whatever, and you get more kind of this wider market of people coming in. You know, you've got these sort of trading card guys that are willing to drop that on, you know, these trading cards. So I, you know, I know we've kind of been in that sort of area with Rare Pepe's before, but it's, yeah, I can't see why, you know, we've not even reached potential, you know, all-time highs.
Oh, totally. I mean, the way I look at it is, you know, I have my own vision of where things are going, and I'm personally just trying to get as much as a complete a collection as I can before I think a lot of this stuff is just going to be way out of reach for normal people. So, you know, but yeah, I didn't know that there was kind of that explosion in the physical trading card scene. I mean, I
Yeah,
think,
I think over lockdown, a whole lot of stuff like that. So like, you know, action figures. So I kind of collect action figures, and the
uh,
price of these have been kind of creeping up. Yeah, I think just, you know, lockdown, everyone just, you know, was at home. They weren't spending as much out and about every day, so they had more disposable income, which meant more money on hobbies and things. So yeah, a lot of those collectors markets are just
well, I
kind of
think the other,
dipping.
yeah, the other factors I think long term that are going to play in towards these NF, like especially the vintage NFTs becoming more sought after is, well, one is that they're digital, and like it can become burdensome to collect a lot of like physical collectibles. So that's one thing. But you know, crypto as a culture is becoming more and more mainstream, and I think that's going to continue as we have more wealth generated from crypto and more billionaires and millionaires that become more influential as they use that wealth to start other ventures and whatnot. You know, they're like one of the things I definitely see is over time we'll see more of these crypto made millionaires and billionaires also wanting to collect things like elements of crypto culture itself. And I think that these are going to be prime elements of that, right? You know?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
So yeah, that's
Yeah,
cool. No, that's interesting. No, you know, I don't keep track of some of those other markets. So I didn't know that the physical trading cards and action figures and stuff were exploding too. But that makes sense. You know.
yeah, yeah. I think, you know, it's all the same with all these things. So the really scarce stuff is always in high demand. Um, you know, but even, yeah, the the sort of general everyday stuff sort of goes up in price. So yeah, I spent the sort of first part of this year collecting up like vintage Star Wars figures. So I've got
Uh-huh.
the almost complete set. I've got the sort of the main run, but then there's
Hmm.
some later ones called the last 17, and they're the premium ones. They,
Hmm.
you know, I don't know what the carded prices on those ranges quite a lot. But yeah, to get them loose, I've got, you know, sort of buried and stuff. But yeah, to get them loose, you know, some of those you're looking at 100 to sort of £500 each. That was probably a few years back. You could get them for a lot less.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great kind of that's a great example of a corollary in the sense where, you know, those Star Wars figures are exactly those are culturally relevant for people our age. And that's kind of the same thing I see happening with the vintage NFTs is that again, so you know, you look back like Star Wars like was introduced and was relevant like a lot earlier than like Bitcoin and Ethereum and NFTs and just crypto in general. So again, I think we'll see probably a similar and the same thing with like muscle cars and things like that too. It's part of it is like generationally when the generation that was most affected
Yeah,
as a youth then has the resources to go out and you know like there's that like with muscle cars those like blew up like right as the people that were teenagers back then you know now had the money to actually go out and buy that the car that they always wanted as a kid, right? So you know so it's fun. Yeah, I think a lot of these collectibles probably have similar cycles like that.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, so in, you know, in the toy sphere in the UK, is it kind of a lot of toy trains and kind of Matchbox and Dinky Cars, Hot Wheels and all that kind of stuff. It's like die-cast cards. You still get lots of those, but like at the toy fairs now, we're seeing a lot more of the kind of action figures that came out in the 80s and 90s. You know, obviously the Star Wars stuff, but yeah, as like you say, it's sort of people in their sort of 30s to 40s now that have that disposable income.
It's funny.
Wanting that to hold that bit of nostalgia, you know, takes them back to being a kid, Christmas Day or whatever.
I'm in the US, and it was about gosh, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, before the pandemic. I remember in one of the big cities, I was walking downtown, and they had a dedicated store for like toys and action figures and stuff from the lunchbox, you know, that kind of like pop culture stuff from when we were a kid. And I was really blown away. I remember there was a like a Transformers big action figure I used to have that was like, I was like, wow, that's going for $400 right now. You know, back then. I mean, it's probably even way more expensive now, but it makes sense considering, you know, also so many of, like, I don't own any of that stuff anymore. That probably is all in the trash now, all the stuff I used to own. But so there's probably a small surviving supply. And, you know, there's the other thing that's going to affect a lot of these crypto assets too is, you know, there's definitely going to be a significant amount of wallets that have been lost over time. You know, I mean, especially when you consider that the value of a lot of these assets weren't that great until very recently. So, you know, a lot of people wouldn't have been as careful with keeping their seed phrase, or like not nuking, but like remembering to nuke their hard drive or something.
Or, you know, it's been 5 years, so sadly some people have passed away as well.
That's true.
You know, a lot can happen in those time frames. You know, people's lives change. And, but there's definitely some that are going to be unrecoverable. But conversely, you know, it's the dilemma. Is it because it's, you know, is it a dead wallet because it's never going to come to life again, or is it just someone who's, you know, playing the long-term game and is just going to hodl? And there's no way of knowing that. So
yeah, it's funny. We were talking about that Ric Flair Pepe, and I remember I was looking at the wallets for that, and there's the wallet that has like two of them. I think hasn't been active in years. It's there's some huge collections that, like you said, these guys could have died. I mean, we don't know.
Yeah.
So
I'm sure there's I can't remember who it was. I did see on Twitter, I think it was, someone put up a thread where they'd been looking at wallets and activity on a few different kind of blue chip counterparty cards, so like Nakamoto card, and a couple of the spares of Genesis cards, and maybe some others. And it was interesting actually just to see, sort of which ones hadn't moved in the last couple of years, and which ones, you know.
Oh, I think I saw that. Yeah, I think I saw that same one where like the Nakamoto FD card, like Satoshi card, that like actual actual active supply for like FD card and Satoshi card. I think they pegged it at underneath 100 surviving per. That was active, you know. And I can't remember what Nakamoto card was. I think it was under 270 or something, right?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, it was. I think there were a lot more in circulation than I thought there would be.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, that that's going to be definitely, unfortunately, something that's going to happen to some of these supplies. Like, and again, that Ric Flair Pepe wallet, I mean, that had some of these wallets are just like loaded with some of the like primo cards too. So
it would have been interesting to be.
I mean,
that early. But
you know, I mean,
I came around sort of series 19, so a lot of those like early grails were kind of unobtainable, or at least for, you know, the amount of stuff was going for was like, I don't know if I'm gonna pay, you know, that much. So my biggest spend that I can remember was I spent 4 XCP on a DJ Pepe. That was a lot. I was like, wow. probably should have yeah, taken a
I,
bit more risk on some of the others that, had a look. It's, yeah.
well, I have to confess, I I held on to crypto from all the way from 2012, and I unloaded the rest of my crypto that I still had last year, and I got a Nakamoto Pepe.
Oh,
I was like pushing all in, because once I realized, like, I really fell in love with rare Pepes and kind of like understood the significance, and kind of went overboard, that I knew I had to do it. So
yeah.
I'm
No,
really
that's
I'm
very,
I'm super happy to own one of those.
yeah. Oh, but yeah, it's always been that little bit just too out of reach. There was probably a period where I could have, got one, but then it just went like that. And I was like, oh, no, I should have just done it. But
Yeah,
that's the way it goes.
it's fun. Well, I'm glad that you were you were still picking up stuff that you liked back then. I mean, I don't own a DJ Pepe. Those are, again, one of the most iconic early Pepes too. I mean, with the tie-in with the sound, the music bit too. I mean, it's also picked historically significant for that reason too.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess Pepe's, for at least for me, like as a creator, but also as a collector, it's easy to kind of go get obsessed and go overboard.
You sort of, yeah, you start looking through the decks and it's, kind of looking at sell orders and just, picking up a few things. Then before you know it, you're like, oh, what time was it? What happened to all my Pepe cash?
Yeah, it's the same way for me. Like anytime I have any XCP or Pepe Cash or something, it's always gone.
Yeah.
It's fun. I enjoy being able to talk to people that are also passionate about this stuff, because in real life it's quite the rarity.
Trying to explain how it all works. What?
Yeah.
So there are pictures of frogs and yeah. So, yeah,
So wait, people are paying you money for these? Oh, it's super fun though. Like, again, even if I don't know any IRL, I actually have introduced two or three people in real life who then went on to pick up Pepe's, and I'm hoping that, as one of my goals with this is to help increase awareness and understanding of, the history and the context for a lot of these Pepes, that this will help more people become less intimidated, and ultimately increase
yeah.
adoption.
Well, yeah, it's always good to get these stories out there. Kind of like I said earlier, but yeah, Theo had a chat on Twitter Spaces with Judy from Dada NYC, because they're hosting a historic NFT fest, and they were talking about um, how it's useful to tell these stories and you know just spread the knowledge really. So yeah, it's good to get all this stuff out there and talk about it, because when I was in Miami, I was showing a couple of guys. There was a note the scientists left and they quit. I'll see if I can find it later on to get to that point. But yeah, a lot of people don't know about that and haven't seen that. So it's just even showing them like this kind of old artifact, which is on the web and it's still available. But if you don't know it's there, then you can see it. Yeah, it's just useful to get this history out there and try and educate people a bit more, because there's only a set number of us that were around in those days, and
Yeah.
not all of us are still active in the community. So it's just trying to
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. There's creators and artists that remained fully anonymous, where they created, a card, and some of them never distributed, and some of them only distributed like the week or the month after they created the card, and
Yeah.
then the wallet's been dead ever since. So, I mean, yeah, I do think it's important to capture as much of this while we can. You know, I, it's a fascinating story, and I think there's a lot of cultural value here, significance.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, well, certainly, yeah, certainly fun to talk about this stuff. Well, let's finish up with your cards, and we can
Yeah.
ramble on a bit
Sorry,
more.
yeah, I sort of got you sidetracked by talking about
No, that's all right. It's certainly
but no,
like,
yeah, I think yeah, distribution is always a difficult one. I know
it is,
I can
yeah.
understand why people are coming from that you know that area. But there was not to I know that we need to continue that. There was a period last year as well where people were saying, oh, uh, you know, if you're holding all your cards still, why not just burn them? And, let people just have what's left. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
no, why are you telling me what I can do? You know,
Yeah,
what I'm
why would
holding. You don't. They wouldn't go to a renowned artist. Like David Hockney. Not David Hockney's one I sort of talk about. Say he made a print of 100 prints of one of his pieces. He only sold like 10 of them. He wouldn't get loads of people going. Those 10 people going, right, can you burn the rest because no one else is, it's just like, it's madness. So,
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
yeah,
like you said, I bet it's really insulting for them to suggest that on the supply. Like you said, most of the stuff when you sold it, it was really sold for nothing back then. So
yeah.
I mean, this is your legacy and your
And
like,
and even then, when it was listed for nothing, people didn't,
yeah,
didn't always buy it when it was listed for nothing. So,
yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, and as a collector, like to hear people say that, it's frightening for me too, because there's a lot of those that are still not distributed very well that I'd like to have the chance to get in the future. And if these are all burned down to like one of tens, one of twenties, I mean, that's just
yeah.
it's
Well,
gonna just
and sorry, and like we're saying, they're coming from the mindset that that's it, that there aren't going to be any new collectors. So what happens when anyone else new that comes in and wants to get these things? It's going to, like you say, it's going to be near impossible. So it's like, no, it's 100. That was the rule back then. I'm not going to to under 100. Um, that's my opinion. I know other people, you know, do their own thing, but that's up to each individual artist as to
yeah. I
what
mean,
they do. If there was, if there was a reason to do that in terms of the art or something like that, like a performance art type piece, then yeah, maybe I might consider that. But
but I think telling the artist to burn their own supply is really insulting. I mean, my counter would be, if you really feel that 50 of these should be burned, I'll sell you 50 at market price and you can burn them yourself.
yeah,
Good luck, buddy.
yeah, definitely. It's like I said, there's no right or wrong answer. But yeah, I think a lot of people that come up with arguments are just coming in
I
from
mean,
their sort of
there
selfish viewpoint.
exactly what that to me, what that's communicating is a lack of respect for an understanding of the artist position. Again, I mean, this is like, you guys have a significant legacy and a significant like series of assets. Like you said, once you sell through these, you don't get them back. There's no more royalty. It's a one and done. So you've got to again do what's in your best interest too. I mean, again, if this plays out how I think it will, then these are like, this could be enough to help fund significant part of your retirement or something like that. I mean, it could be a big deal. So you wouldn't want to, like you said, you wouldn't want to be careless with that.
No, exactly. And that did happen before, between 2018 2020. There were definitely
I
some
mean,
artists that sold their
mhm,
collections, not just of the Pepes they created, but the ones they collected as well. It's,
mhm.
because they needed the money or whatever at the time. Um, uh, and if they could have held on for another year or so, they would have, they would have been set for life. But it's, you have to do what you have to do. that time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and no judgment. I mean, I've had to sell some crypto way years ago, and
Yeah.
in order to pay some bills that I knew at the time it was a bad move, but I had to do it. So
Yeah.
it is what
Yeah.
it
Exactly.
is.
Yeah.
But yeah, to mean to but to tell an artist to burn to burn their supply in order
To
to
make the
pump your
one that they're
bags.
holding
Yeah,
more scarce, so they, yes, they see
to
the
pump their
gain.
bags is like get wrecked, buddy. That's funny. I didn't know that people had suggested that were had been suggesting that, but I'd seen in the SOG
Yeah,
scene
that
people.
was, yeah, I can't. Yeah, it was talked about. There was sort of talked about distribution. It was a weird time last year. Sometimes in the chat, it sort of definitely felt like people were more focused on the cost side of things rather than the
I
fun
mean, I
side
think
of things, which again is understandable. But it's,
well, I think, and that's one reason I kind of appreciate right now this little bit of a lull because it's chased out a lot of these hype beasts that were just trying to flip and like
yeah,
I don't know, didn't really give a didn't really care about the scene. Uh,
yeah,
so that's cool. But yeah, well, let's jump back to your next one is Drunken Pepe, which is another like action movie reference.
so yeah, Jackie Chan. So I did Bruce Lee, so I had to do
Mhm.
Jackie Chan again. Yeah, just spent countless hours watching Jackie Chan films in my teens. So uh, always liked, um, always liked Drunken Master. Again, is a bit of a Jihan
Uh-huh.
reference here.
Oh, I
He's
see. Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh.
he's torturing Jackie
Yeah.
in his training. So
That's
yeah.
awesome. I didn't realize it was GM there. So that's cool.
So yeah, I don't know if I got the I tried to get the likeness down. So,
Yeah, that's cool. Um it's I really kind of like you, I was into those action movies when I was younger too. So it's cool to see that. Your the next one though was like is to me one of the most like when you go through the directory, this is one of those ones that just really pops out. Like so obviously you can see the the comic influence here, but it's kind of like a take on one of the Tales from the Crypt.
yeah, that was
Oh, okay, there was an actual yeah
it was an actual cover. Yeah, so
yeah
I just want I don't know why I chose Tales from the Crypt. I think just because I liked um, just like their covers. They're sort of well, well, I guess they're fairly well known. Tales from the Crypt, not like the individual covers, but the name. Um, and
I really like the how you change up the color palette though. It really pops. That's one reason why I was saying it. I mean, it really just stands out in the and
yeah,
the art
I
style too
think
that they were
yeah,
using
some
for
of
those
this
comics.
might be where it prints. So when you print stuff, it does sort of change the color of it. But yeah, I think it is a bit dark. The colors I did were a bit darker. I don't know if so. This is like a recent reprint, so they've probably changed the
Uh-huh.
colors a bit on that one anyway.
But and I like how you use the really bold red for the top, where that's why I think it really makes it pop versus the bottom
Yeah,
art too.
yeah. I can't remember if the original was red or not, but yeah, I definitely. Um,
Oh, is it
yeah,
common for them to change the colors on these
yeah. So,
reprints?
yeah. Look, so there's the original cover.
Oh, okay.
So it was red.
I see. Oh, so that's to prevent people from like from these newer ones from being mistaken with the original print. Is that the
Yeah,
purpose?
I don't know. Yeah, not quite sure what the idea behind that is, but you can see they sort of use different colors in all the
Yeah, that's
issues. It
cool.
wasn't like set kind of
But I
thing.
love that 40s kind of like 40s kind of looking art style. It's definitely fun.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know. I just being a comic fan, I just love all of the EC comics um, that they used to make. So again, I tried to sort of put a so we've got the sort of a play on Vitalik there,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
and then again a bit of a play on Jihan, the gold
Yeah.
miner, and then the switch. Again, just trying to put in kind of crypto kind of Easter eggs, because that's I think that's one of the main differences between rare Pepes and fake rares. There aren't as many kind of crypto references in the fake rares.
That's true.
And even towards the end of Rare Pepe, there probably weren't as many crypto references. But I try and put a few in every now and then. I don't know, just again, just because it's, to me, sort of looking through those first sort of 5 to 10 series, there's a lot of kind of crypto related memes in there.
Oh,
So
totally.
it's nice to just add some of those in as well. So try and to try and think of something and get that, keep that going.
Yeah, that's cool. I didn't even think about that, but you're right. Looking back, I mean, there's a ton of the like especially series 1 and 2. There's just tons of crypto references.
And I think that that goes back to how the community started. It started from Bitcoin chat group, so it would be kind of all kind of Bitcoin guys. So, and then as the word spreads, you then get people in like me who've never never dealt with any of it before. So
yeah, just people from different different backgrounds and interests. So it makes sense that would be broadened. That's cool. Your next the next card that you did, what is it? Thunder Peps?
Thunder Peps. So yeah, Thunder and Rocky Free. So I wanted to do Clubber Lang, Mr. T, but I couldn't find a good picture of him.
Oh yeah.
And Hulk Hogan is also in Rocky Free, which is,
okay. I didn't remember that. So that's why I was like, I didn't really catch the reference for this card.
Yeah,
so
he's at the start of Rocky Free. So
okay.
There was a famous at the time. I think it was Muhammad Ali fought a Japanese wrestler called Anthony Inoki. And it was, I think it was built like, so with wrestling, they're always trying to keep things kayfabe, so not reveal, but it's sort of the correct term would be sort of fixed sport, as it were. And it was even worse back in the sort of 70s and early 80s. People still thought it was real, and there were near riots from stuff that happened in wrestling because people hated the bad guys and stuff. And this actual wrestling match, Inoki just went on his back and was just defending from his back on the floor, I think, for quite a lot of it, and it was just apparently really dull. I don't know if there were any others around the time, but yeah, I think that probably gave slightly inspiration for having Rocky fight a wrestler, and that was a much more exciting fight than the one that happened in real life.
Interesting.
Yeah, and so that's so in Rocky Free, he sort of Rocky's not taking things too seriously, like about being the champion.
Okay.
And that's one of the things he's doing when he's sort of, before he faces Clubber Lang is he has an exhibition match against Thunder Lips, the world's ultimate male. And that was before Hulk Hogan was in WWF.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's probably and it's sort of probably the only subject that I've covered twice because yeah, he comes up again later on. But yeah, I didn't really think about that at the time. But yeah, maybe I'll try and do a Club Lang one or something. Maybe that's
Yeah, Mr. T would have been I was looking through the directory and someone did a Mr. T, but it's not distributed at all, which is
No, it was on eBay. It was on eBay for a while, the whole thing. I don't know if it's still up.
it was on OpenSea too for like
Okay.
300 ETH or something crazy
Yeah.
like that. I don't know,
Yeah,
but
they wait yeah, quite a lot for it. So yeah, I think I'm guessing they're still holding it. But yeah, they want to sell the whole supply, which I think, it's up to different eyes what they do. And so yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that how one ever kind of goes, because I don't think anyone else, at least in the later series, has sort of done that.
I've never heard of an entire card supply being sold like that before.
No,
So
yeah, I think that might. Well, I think, like I say, in the early days, it might have happened by accident, like when
yeah,
Joe Louis sort of
yeah,
bought the whole supply of the card without realizing. Um, but yeah, I don't think I'm not aware of any others.
it'll it'll be interesting to see what happens because I thought it was a fun card, but theoretically someone could like you were saying, someone could buy the entire supply and burn it down to a one or something. So
Yeah, exactly. Well, that did happen with one of the Ghostface killers in the fake
yeah, I
rares.
saw that. Hmm.
I don't know if it did get burnt down, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it got burned down to like, wasn't
Okay.
it? Yeah, like a one or something.
Yeah, because it was 21. Was it 21?
Yeah, it was
They sold
already a super low. It was already the minimum issuance on fake rares, and they burned it down. So
Okay, yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I knew there was talk that they were going to burn it down, but I didn't know. See.
I haven't gone to verify the transaction, but it was it was either VVD or Starry Night, which
Yeah,
if they say they're going to burn it down, I would
they
believe
were.
them. So yeah, that's cool. So let's so your next one is Frog Bus, which has a bunch of doges on the inside.
Yeah.
And I'm
So
assuming that's referencing Counterparty or Rare Pepe wallet. Is that
no, well, no. So there's a film called My Neighbor Totoro,
oh,
animated
okay.
film, and in that is the cat bus, and
Oh, okay.
and this was an image I found of the cat bus, and it was full of different Totoros. Um, and I think I already sort of had the idea of doing the frog bus.
Okay.
And then obviously, rather than the frog, Totoro's riding the frog bus, it would be Doge's riding the frog bus. So yeah,
Okay,
so
that
that's
makes
why,
sense.
because again, sort of Pepe's just referencing other things.
Mhm.
So it's not the first card in Rare Pepe to have a Doge on it,
Mhm.
so it just made sense to kind of yeah, kind of amplify the memetics of it by putting another meme in there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and so I noticed that that's a 200 supply. Is there a reason why you created
So
more?
sometimes, that one, so Pepe Recall, Frog Bus, Roadmap, the only 200s. The reason I did the 200s is because I thought they were really good. So I wanted to up the supply,
Uh-huh.
so there'd be more chance of selling more of them.
Mhm.
It's kind of the opposite of thinking, oh yeah, this one's really good. I'm gonna only sell 10 of them, and
Mhm.
make as much as I can. I thought if there are 200 of them, I know I can sell 200 of these because that could. Well, at least personally, I think that they
Mhm.
were, I was really happy with them when I finished the art. So, yeah, and yeah, with that was Frog Plus. Um, at the time, I was listing them. I don't know. It was like one XCP or one and a half
Mhm.
XCP. I can't quite remember now. and also Pepe Cash, 5 at a time, I think it was, and they were getting sold straight away. So yeah, I know who was buying them because he's got, well, I think he had 50 of them, but he's given a few away. But he said he's going to hold them. But yeah, you know, you talk about, you know, we were talking about distribution. So that was one that sold really well, and still only sold, you know, 60 maximum at the time.
Okay.
Now, you know, I'm down to, I don't know, 70 or 80, something like that, out of 200, which, you know, is good. So it is the one that last year a lot of people were kind of getting in contact to say, well, you know, kind of frog us. And it was also the one that I probably vaulted the most as well.
Okay.
So pretty much selling almost one a week, or one every couple of weeks at one point. But yeah, it was good. Yeah,
It's a fun card.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah, I think, you know, I think people who know the film like it, and even if you don't know the film, it's kind of cute and fun, and yeah, people just like the image. So yeah.
Yeah. So your next one is Seaside Pepe. I'm assuming that is that IRL that you like took a picture?
Yeah.
Or did you?
So
Okay.
I was on holiday,
Mhm.
and you know, you're always thinking about Pepe's and always making Pepe's. So I was on the beach, and yeah, find the original image, because it wasn't the original image. It didn't say Seaside Pepe. It's something else. If I can find it. Because at the time the phone signal was really bad, so I couldn't kind of share. I just sort of made it and put the name in there. And yeah, it was called Sound Pepe.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That was the original image. But Stand Pepe had already been
Clay.
taken.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, so I had to use my best Photoshop skills. But then yeah, change
I
that
see.
sound into seaside.
Oh, that's funny.
So it's, yeah, you can sort of, when you know and you look, you can see the sort of joins. But yeah.
No, that's cool.
But yeah.
Yeah, and your next one is Masters Pepe, which is a He-Man reference, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, again, you know, talked about my love of action figures. And so, yeah, the idea was that at some point, with the GI Pepe and the Masters Pepe, make actual action figures of them.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, I'm hoping to do that at some point. I still haven't got around to it yet, but yeah, definitely getting closer to getting one of those made. Probably Masters Pepe.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a season 29, and you actually had, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. You actually had 4 cards in season 29.
Yeah.
So
so yeah, like I said, every now and then there were pauses in submissions, and so I wouldn't stop making Pepe's. So what we're looking at September. So yeah, so Seaside Pepe was submitted on the 8th of September. Submissions were closed until the 23rd. So yeah, about 15 days. So 2 weeks submissions were closed. That meant that, yeah, I could spend time just making Pepe's. So then when yeah, September the 23rd came in. Pepe Masters Pepe was submitted. Then Clone Pepe, then Processed Pepe, then Pepe Vegetable.
That's quite a that's quite a role for one season.
Yeah, and then it looks like my next submission, Pepe Vegetable, was submitted the 27th of September, and then after that, Ninja Pepe was submitted the 1st of October. So yeah, I must have had those 4 banks, submitted those, and then yeah, some subs were still open, so I was then trying to, you know, create
Slam them
stuff
all
to
in.
kind of slam some more in. Yeah.
Yeah. So what was the story with Clown Pepe? Was there a specific reference on that one?
No, no.
Okay.
Again, again, you know, you look through the directory and you're looking at stuff, and then every now and then you think, oh, there aren't any claims. It was just trying to think of stuff that wasn't kind of based on. I was trying to do, because I'd done a lot of pop culture stuff. I was trying to think of a few things that would just be kind of original ideas that weren't just and more generic as well. So you know, like a clown is a pretty generic thing. So it was just okay. I'll draw Pepe, holding a drooping flower,
Yeah.
and chuck some clown makeup on his face and a wig. So,
Which is kind of funny because clowns have become a bigger meme in the last couple of years too. So
yeah, actually, yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah. Oh man, yeah. I need to try and capitalize on some of that.
so that's cool. And like the how do you pronounce it? Pet
A
vegetable?
vegetable
Yeah.
is basically vegetable, but yeah, with pep on the stuff. So this, I was making a Sunday roast.
Uh-huh.
I had this big head of broccoli. I just thought, you know, can I make this look like a pepe? So whilst I was making the lunch and preparing the stuff, I just yeah, peeled a couple of potatoes, made some eyes, and yeah, carrots for lips, and there you go. Got yourself a pepe. Um, it's funny, you know, the seaside one and this one and the snowman one. People uh, don't tend to like them as much. I think the vegetable one is the most popular of those 3.
Oh,
It was
okay.
just, you know, it was just, I don't know, it just turned into a nice little sort of triptych of kind of real life Pepes
Yeah.
that no longer exist because,
hmm
you know, one was made of sand, one was made of vegetables that got eaten, and the other was made of snow which melted. So, you know, they only existed at that point
Oh,
in time.
interesting. Yeah.
You know, again, it wasn't, you know, there was no thought behind that, like, oh yeah, you know, do the series. It was just I was at the beach, so I made, you know, Pepe out of sand. I was making lunch, so I made one out of food, and then yeah, snowman, it snowed, so you know, you're constantly thinking of Pepe. So weirdly, there was no other Pepe made of snow.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
If
what are
Pepe's
you
on the
going to do?
brain,
You're
you're
going to make a Pepe out of
yeah.
snow if it snows, because yeah, why has no one else done that?
Well, the next one is one of the it has to be one of the more unique ones, which is the process Pepe.
Yeah. So this was after a day at work. Well, actually, I got the original idea at work whilst I was making process diagrams. You know, sort of work in IT, so you know, anyone in IT is this sort of thing
Yeah.
is, you know, familiar territory. And I was just thought, surely I can try and, you know, use somehow you use these, the boxes and the arrows to make a Pepe face.
Mhm.
And then when I was thinking about it a bit more, it's like, actually I can do that and actually make it so it's kind of a diagram that makes sense as well.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
make it a Pepe. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, because it's, you've got the two wallets and you're
Mhm.
trading some stuff, buying I can't quite remember what it is now. Yeah, putting a buy order and a sell order, and
And
yeah, buying a Rare
your
Pepe for Pepe cash, and you've got your counterparty sat on top of your
yeah,
bits.
I was about to say I like the fact that you represented counterparty on top of the BTC,
Yeah. So yeah, and yeah, and but then you've also got just a direct send as well. So
Mhm.
you can go for all that. You can also just send it.
Yeah,
So
and
yeah, it's one of
it's
those things
definitely
where
it's one that stands out in the directory for sure, and like I said, it's cool that it actually makes sense if you break it down too.
yeah, yeah. I think I don't know if I'd have done it if it didn't make sense because again, it's that sort of coming from that sort of IT background. If you've got a diagram that doesn't make sense, you wouldn't be proud of that.
Yeah.
So it has to make sense that someone can look at it. Otherwise, yeah,
Yeah,
you
so
don't want to face the question. So why have you got that there? That doesn't work.
yeah,
Yeah.
because you know that people would be hitting you up all the time too.
So yeah,
You'd be trolled for the rest of your existence for at least in the Bitcoin counterparty community.
definitely.
Um, yeah, your next one is a fun one too. The Ninja Pepe. Was that the kind of a similar idea where you're just thinking of memes that didn't exist on for
Yeah. Again, just generic kind of yeah thing. So a ninja. So yeah, I just wanted it to look. The background I took from
Mhm.
like a sort of Japanese woodblock print.
Uh-huh.
And I think the ninja character it was just a ninja from like one of those 80s VHS ninja films.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, there was that whole
Throwing stuff. So
yeah, you just reminded me there was that whole like almost like ninja exploitation phase back in the 80s.
yeah, yeah. I think that I took the font. I copied the font from one of those films as well. I don't know if it's like Enter the Ninja or something like that. But yeah,
Yeah, that's fun. Um, yeah, so that was your so now we're getting into your series 30
this is
cards.
series 30. So yeah, at this time, in the group, there'd been a lot of talk about ending Rare
Okay.
Pepe's, and so it's you know, and it wasn't like joking about it. It was like some serious like comments about yeah, I can't remember any specific examples of what was said, but it was definitely it definitely felt like the scientists were sort of kind of needed a break, um,
Mhm.
and so you felt like the end was coming. So I think uh, yeah, I submitted Goodbye Pepe to hopefully be kind of one of the last ones,
I
but
see.
it wasn't. It came in at card 31 because you submit, you don't know when
Yeah.
or where these are going to appear. But yeah, this was because I thought it was all going to end, so this was like the last Pepe, as it were. Just
Okay,
saying,
yeah. I was gonna ask you.
everything's done. So bye. I'm off. Going to head off down the road. This still have a comment from the scientists. Because yeah, I'd submitted. Uh, I did submit Pepe Iron before Goodbye Pepe. So Pepe Iron was submitted the 3rd of October. Goodbye Pepe on October the 6th. So there must have been something where they like really hinted that it was going to end. But yeah, they just sort of said, you
Oh
you never
yeah.
know. which scientists saying it. But
Yeah,
yeah. So it was always nice when they you know, comment.
give you a comment.
Um, so yeah, that one, yeah, got approved on the same day. So it was like, oh, okay. And then yeah, Pepe Iron. To sort of jump forward to the next one, that's in a way it kind of works out quite nicely,
It does.
because it's you know, it's pumping Pepe,
Yeah,
you
and
know,
as the
keep pumping
background,
Pepe in the background. So it's, yeah, it's my first
which is,
and
I
last
mean,
card.
yeah, I mean, it's capturing like probably, probably the most famous image of Schwarzenegger from back in the day, when he was at his
Yeah,
peak, right?
yeah, well, yeah, definitely. So yeah, yeah, because it's, you know, still pumping iron. Yeah, it had to be kind of one of his bodybuilding poses. So yeah, and I think I originally just did him with the Pepe face.
Uh-huh.
There
And
wasn't
then you,
enough.
and then you just decided to go all out.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought it would be kind of fun just to give him Pepe eyes in his biceps and just turn his trunks into the mouth.
Yeah, that's cool. It's
Yeah,
it's funny that so those are your season 30 cards. So
yeah,
so moving on to season 31, I noticed that your first card is called Crypto Pepes, which is like a Crypto Kitties knockoff, right?
yeah. So yeah, so um, yeah, that was like October 2017 was the end of series 30, and then so the scientists must have said something because I don't know if you can see
Mm-hmm.
the dates. In January, I started
Mm-hmm.
poking the bot again. Um, so January the 22nd, it was
Mm-hmm.
still closed, but then the 23rd, sort of 11:20, it was still closed, and then by 2 p.m.
Okay.
UK time, it was open. It was like,
Mhm.
yeah, let's get going. So again, you know, I probably had a whole bunch of stuff done, that I'd done over the time, and yeah, at, at some point um, during that time, there's one of the artists called Django Bits. Um, I've not seen him post anything on Twitter recently, I don't think, but um, he kind of did a lot of stuff on Tez, on Pen. He sort of was one of the first people I saw doing NFTs on Tez. Uh, but yeah, he was. I can't remember what Pepe's he did there. He did quite a few Pepe's, but he was posting crypto kitties up in the Pepe chat because
Oh yeah.
he was like buying Gen 1 kitties when they were first available.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so yeah, just posting that. So I saw that and thought, oh, I've got, you know, you've got to kind of pepify crypto kitty, but it's got, you know, if it's a Pepe, it's got to be a frog. It's got to be a crypto frog. So basically, yeah, took the outline of a crypto kitty, but
Which is
yeah, added the frog's feet and just, yeah, gave it Pepe's head. And obviously, because it's a rare Pepe, it's yeah, it's pretty rare that one.
yeah,
So,
which is cool to kind of capture that moment too, because Crypto Kitties, I mean, they're not the first NFT, but they were they blew up enough to where they basically took down Ethereum for a while with the transaction fees. So, you know,
yeah, definitely.
yeah,
Um,
that's fun. It I think you did the art really turned out well for pepifying it too.
yeah, I'm pleased with how that one came out, and there was another one. There's Pepe Kitties or something like that. Not, you know, I think in the same series, someone else did one, so they must have submitted kind of pretty much at the same time. Um, but yeah, that one
Yeah.
looks more like a cat, whereas I like the idea that
Mhm.
yeah, Crypto Pepe is actually a frog. Yeah.
It's funny, there was a back in the day, the very first NFT I got was I had some mining rigs, and there was this like this NFT project that was using the system where you would do proof of work that would distribute a token on Ethereum that was then redeemable for an NFT. It's called Crypto Pepes too. It's kind of fun
Oh,
back in the day. Yeah, it
oh,
was they were kind of like, it was basically a straight rip off of Crypto Kitties, except they were using, frog elements,
oh,
Pepe elements. So
wow.
yeah, there's like, different
Cool.
hats and that kind of thing. So funny.
That's the first I've ever heard about. So that's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
and I mean it. That was in crypto winter too, man. So like
Yeah,
everyone, it was dead. Like no, like if it had launched a year earlier, 2 years earlier, I'm sure it would have got
yeah,
something. But it just went nowhere. So it's
yeah,
just one of those abandoned projects.
yeah. Well, yeah.
But yeah, yeah, cool. And in your next one, I'm assuming that this is like a Batman cover. Is that what we're?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. There was sort of can't remember which issue of Batman it is, but yeah, Batman and Robin in the
What?
spotlight. Sort of
Just out of
thing.
curiosity, so why Groiper for the name?
So, so Groiper was like a derivative Pepe that I think the outright were using it at some point.
Oh,
And
okay.
around the time of Series 31 kicking off, um, yeah, it'll be you'll be able to see it in the directory, the first one. But someone like said, let's, we've taken Pepe back. Um, and we've been using Pepe for good stuff. Let's do the same for Groiper. So everyone again in the community just sort of started making Groiper based Pepes,
Okay.
uh, and
Not
that's why
familiar.
suddenly
Okay.
there's nothing up until I don't know if it's series 30 or 31, but then suddenly it's like just Groiper suddenly appears in the Rare Pepe directory. The only reason was because it was like, well, it's a meme. Let's just use it for good rather than what they've been using it for. So
Okay.
there's nothing.
Interesting. Yeah, I wasn't familiar with that one, so glad I
Yeah,
asked.
yeah. No, I'd never heard of it at the time until someone posted it, and then I don't know how many there are, but there's sort of like a sort of subset Groiper based Pepes in the directory.
Yeah, I mean it's funny how the Pepe's by are definitely the de facto most popular, probably the most popular meme on the internet. I mean, it's interesting. I didn't know that there was a at least for a while, another frog based meme that they were trying to rehabilitate, because back then there's the whole, like you were saying in the Feels Good Man documentary, there's a lot of people trying to use Pepe for like shock value and to troll people, and creating kind of a bad
Yeah,
image.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so that's cool. And so I see that you also got another couple cards into season 31 as well, which is the Bullseye Pepe, which is that's super cool.
Yeah. So this was actually the first one I submitted during that period.
Okay.
Just looking through the chat now, Bullseye Pepe went in first. Um, so yeah, dartboard. It's
Mhm.
got green, white,
Yeah.
black, and red in there. So to me, those are Pepe colors. So just rearrange those colors
Hmm.
to
Yeah,
make a sort of strange version of a Pepe face. It looks odd, but it's kind of, I don't know,
it works.
a unique sort of idea. Um, so it's an odd one.
Well, well, I thought it kind of went. I thought it kind of goes with the next one you did too, because these are both, you'd both associate these with the bar, right? So you've got
Yeah,
the J and D, like the J and D Pepe.
yeah,
Like,
Yeah,
was that,
so,
were you just, was that the intention at the time, or was that just kind of random that they both ended up kind of being kind of bar?
it was just random at the time. So for the noise, but yeah, I've had this glass for years now.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
but basically, because so again, it goes back to movies. So J&B, they would have a lot of product placement in films, um, and so there's a film group that I was part of on Facebook, and
Uh-huh.
people would just be posting up, shots of J&B in films. So it's just kind of, it's kind of like its own meme in a way.
Okay.
So
Just because
yeah,
they had incorporated it into so many pop culture. Yeah.
yeah, just off the top of my head, it's in like Copland. It's like sort of drinks from it. It's in The Thing. It's in
Okay.
a lot of Italian kind of Euro crime films. So yeah, again, a lot of the kind of the stuff that I like. It's
Yeah,
in
is
got
and
connections with all those sort of films. So
and I'm from the US, so I've never seen this on the shelf. Is that like a scotch or what is it?
it's a blend of
Okay.
Scotch whiskies. Yeah, I don't drink, so I've never I've never tried it. I don't know what it's like. I can imagine it's probably quite rough.
Is it pretty like bottom shelf stuff or
I don't know. Yeah, I don't
you know,
know.
it's funny. I used to read Hemingway back in the day, and I remember reading in one of his books about like drinking Gordon's gin and Campari, and I was like, I wasn't a big drinker. I was like, well, that sounds interesting. Well, why don't I go try that? So I go down to the liquor store, and Gordon's gin is like the absolute bottom rock gut, like in a plastic container, and I was like, well, I'm not gonna. I'll just pass on that.
Oh.
It's funny how some of that again, I like that's why I was asking is like, they could have just put that out there as just the absolute most garbage tier thing in the world. Who knows? So
Yeah, you do see it around in bars, like when you're aware of it, you do see
okay.
it quite a lot. But I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually drinking in real life or met anyone that. Maybe it's bigger in Europe. I don't know, but yeah, it's yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
But
Um,
yeah, like I say, it's surprising the sort of films that it pops up in that you wouldn't kind of expect. It's all right. So yeah,
well, I'll have to look back at the thing. It's been a while since I watched that, but I mean that's such a cult movie. Jeez.
yeah. Um,
Is that what Kurt Russell was drinking in that at that scene where he was at the computer? Was he drinking uh J and D?
I think so. Yeah, it's been a while since I've watched it. I need to, yeah, probably need to give it a rewatch. I'm just having a look now. Yeah, yeah, you can sort of see.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I just remembered him throwing
Maybe
that glass of whatever whiskey or scotch it was into the computer. So, I didn't remember the label in there though. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, I think it's a similar thing in Copland as a bit.
Mhm.
It's one of the bits after size sort of being beaten up or something. He's
For
pretty
some
close.
reason, I'm suspecting that Kurt Russell doesn't drink that in real life.
Yeah, when you're in the the Arctic or wherever they were, you've got no choice. Just whatever's there.
Oh man, that's cool. I didn't know about that reference, but I mean the Carpenter films are to me are some of the most iconic of that era when he was still putting out good ones like The Thing and They Live. I mean,
Yeah,
Big Trouble in Little Chinatown. I mean, they're just like he was putting out some bangers.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, just yeah. I think a lot of people um, go on about what an amazing run of films he had. Because yeah, if you look sort of in the 80s, there's just this incredible run of like 7 or 8 films that was just hit.
Oh yeah. I don't hear many people talk about them, but yeah, I mean, The Thing has to be for me um one of the best like horror movies slash, I don't know, they just did an exceptional job on it. And
Yeah,
like you said, his that run is, I mean, again, they're not talked about much that I've seen, but to me they're just astounding. It's amazing what he was able to pull off, and without a tremendous budget either.
yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's sad that he's not really making films anymore. I think he's sort of, yeah, officially retired from making films.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's because it's so hard for him to get funding and go through all the kind of red tape and stuff.
Yeah, I imagine that would be, I mean, it would probably be really hard now with like the studios are demanding so much control now for like in exchange for funding, that I mean,
Yeah,
I could imagine as a creator not wanting to compromise on I doubt you could get something like The Thing through focus groups, or you know whatever, right?
yeah, definitely.
Oh, cool. Well, sorry for that little sidetrack there, but
No, that's cool.
but so I'm glad you explained that meme to me though for the J&D. So that's good to know.
Yeah, it's I think it still pops up in films these days.
Is it still around? They still make the
Yeah,
J&D?
it's still around. Yeah, you still see it in bars and stuff. So
Okay, I'll have to look that up. So you're so moving on to the next series. So again, you're saying that they were seriously considering ending it around season 30. So
yep,
we're now pushing into season 32 when you're releasing Pepe Mania.
yeah. So yeah, I wanted to do another wrestling one, and it kind of made sense to do Hulk Hogan,
Mm-hmm.
just because it's trying to, it's all well and good me doing a wrestler that I like, but most people don't know or watch wrestling, so they
Yeah.
won't know kind of just random kind of wrestlers. So you have to stick with the kind of big names really. So Hogan kind of made sense, and you know if you know a bit about Hogan in wrestling, then the scene that plays out in that from, I think it's WrestleMania 3, where he body slammed Andre the Giant, which in according to WWE never happened before. No human being had ever lifted Andre off of his feet, although it had, but it didn't happen in a WWF ring, so so it didn't count.
Well, I never saw that scene, but I do just remember how absolutely enormous Andre the Giant is. So I mean
Yeah,
testament to I mean that must have been an impressive scene, because that does take like real physical strength to move someone like that. That guy was
yeah,
enormous.
yeah, and it was near the end of his career as well, so
Hmm.
it's not the most dynamic or exciting of matches, but the crowd
Hmm.
back then, they were so like, Hulk Hogan was just so over, so popular.
Oh, I
They
see.
just went absolutely mad when he lifted Andre off his feet and then body slammed him, because it was
So that was
amazing.
that scene was kind of like a graceful way to transit, like to hand over the throne to, is that kind of, yeah, at the towards the
Yeah,
end of it.
kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know exactly how long after Andre kind of
Mhm.
retired as such, but yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't remember. The because he was, that was WrestleMania 3.
Mhm.
Like I said, it was near the end of his career, so he didn't really have many spectacular matches
Yeah.
in that, in that time frame, because he struggled to even stand up. He was just in chronic pain all the
Oh,
time
really?
from just, yeah,
I didn't know he had,
wrestling.
I didn't know he was in pain, but I just remember I had
Yeah,
seen because I didn't follow wrestling that much back then, but I do remember just seeing a couple clips of him, and he was really slow, and he didn't look like he was doing good. So I didn't know he was.
Yeah, his mobility wasn't brilliant then, just because his body was so massive. It's just, yeah, and the sort of the grind that wrestlers had back then. They were kind of wrestling like well over 300 days a year.
Oh wow,
Yeah,
that's an
so
enormous.
sometimes twice a day. It's probably like near I don't know 350 days a year. They had very few kind of days off. Really, they were just travel, and there was a lot of travel as well. So
Yeah.
they they talk about how huge he was, and going on a plane he had to have a double seat because he was so big, and and most normal cars, yeah, yeah, just mad. um but yeah, it's just yeah. And so yeah, by that point in his career, he could just about manage to get body slammed, and that was the highlight of that match, really. And so yeah, it's kind of one of those moments in wrestling that everyone knows about. So I just wanted to, yeah, that was probably like the pinnacle of Hulkamania. So
Mhm.
Pepe-mania.
Okay.
Mania was born. Um, so yeah, and I think originally I sort of toyed with the idea of a single image, and I thought, oh no, I can do this. Um, but obviously to make that kind of animation
Mhm.
like flow like
Mhm.
it does, to fill in every single frame would have just been a huge amount of work. So I just thought I'd just pick out the key frames so you can understand the story. And so yeah, that's why it's like I can't remember how many frames it is now, like 9 or 11 frames or something, with a couple of bits of text chucked in
Mhm.
as well, just to sort of break it up a bit.
Oh, cool. I mean, thanks for the context there. I didn't understand the significance of the scene that I was capturing, so that definitely makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah. So I'm assuming they were still seriously talking about ending the series back then, right? Or had they kind
Uh,
of given that up for a while?
I don't know if they were. I don't. There was still mentions of it, but there was
Mhm.
nothing. So like Series 30, when that stopped, it definitely felt like this is going to be it. They're going to
Mhm.
stop, and this will be it. But there wasn't. They never said this is it. It just the subs were closed, and it never kind of. No one ever said right. That's it. No more
Mhm.
submissions. So it was always like, oh, subs going to open again. Subs going to open.
Okay.
That was why it went from was it October through to January. So they took basically Christmas off, and then yeah, the start of 2018. It's like yeah, let's start again. It started up again. Um, but yeah, I don't remember. I think they said that it's going to finish at some point, but it didn't ever feel like it did with Series 30, where they're like, yeah, the end of this series is going to be the end. It didn't really, it just felt like it was going to carry on for a bit, maybe for up until Series 40 or something like that,
Mhm.
and then it would finish. But it felt like they'll let people know that it's going to end. So yeah, it's sort of yeah. I think everyone knew that it was going to be finite, but it didn't.
Mhm.
There was no like indication of when that would be, but it didn't feel like it was going to be imminent.
Okay. Yeah, the reason I ask is because you created that one season 30, and then in the final season, season 36, there was the Omega Pepe, which was kind of looked like it was referencing the same thing too. So, I mean, maybe someone in the community like had a heads up or something.
Yeah, I just can't remember
Yeah,
now.
that's fine.
Yeah,
Well, your next card, how do you pronounce that? The
uh,
Groinomicon?
Groionomicon. So it's the Necronomicon from
Hmm.
the Evil Dead films.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
it's
okay, I get it.
Dead,
Yeah, yeah.
the Book of the
Hmm.
Dead. And yeah, it was just Groionomicon because yeah, the O in Groiper
Hmm.
fitted with Necronomicon. So that's
Okay.
it. It's like a Groiper rather than a Pepe, just because the wording worked. So yeah, it's just the Book of the Dead, but uh, yeah, sort of slightly pepperfied.
Well, I'm glad you filled that in because I never knew what the hell that was.
Yeah. So yeah, so I can find your picture reference to see. I was just looking at the dates. So like I was talking about
Mhm.
minting ideas and stuff. So Pepe Mania
Uh-huh.
actually created that asset back in August of 2017. Um, but yeah, that didn't kind of get into the directory until January 2018. So
Okay.
that's probably one of the rare ones that I sort of created and held on to for um, quite a while. Probably because I thought of the name and then um, couldn't think of a decent idea. Um, and it kind of worked because Hulkamania, but also WrestleMania, so Pepe
Uh-huh.
Mania. So um, just so that's
Yeah,
the Book of
okay.
the Dead there. Yeah.
Uh-huh. And that was from
So
the what
basically,
the Evil Dead series, right? Sweet the
yeah, the Evil
Yeah.
Dead films. Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, yeah, another sort of movie based one.
Mhm. Cool. And uh so now moving on to your next one in series 33 is the roadmap Pepe, which to me is that's also another standout one for me too. The way you did it, it looks so clean and fun. I don't know. It really turned out well.
Yeah. So sorry, where was it? I thought it was here. I thought I had a picture somewhere um, of the original kind of idea that started. I have found something else though that's kind of interesting. So going back to Goodbye Pepe. So
Uh-huh.
sometimes on my way
Oh,
uh,
okay.
on the commute to work,
Hmm.
I'd sometimes like quickly sketch stuff out to
Hmm.
come up with ideas. So Goodbye Pepe, originally I was sort of thinking of, waving goodbye to a boat maybe. And then bang, that was the sketch of the final image of that. Um, and so what I was looking for, I thought I had another sketch, which was basically a landscape um, of like some hills
Uh-huh.
and then a lake at the bottom, trying to make a landscape into a Pepe face. Um, and I just couldn't get it to work. It just didn't look right. Um,
Yeah.
Somehow from that, um, might be on. Yeah. So I know I had it at some point because I did find it recently. And I thought, oh, that's really cool. I've got that sketch still, and I thought it was on this phone, but maybe it's not. So yeah, it was like this landscape that was, some hills and a road or some roads, and a lake at the bottom to try and form the mouth, and trying to get away that the hills would make the eyes, and the roads, the roads as well. So it all kind of formed a Pepe face. I just couldn't get it to work in a way that I liked. And so I thought, well, I could sort of still use that idea, but actually make a map. So I had just the picture of Pepe, holding his chin, and started drawing kind of a road, well, and a network of roads and stuff around that image, just to make it look like a map. I'd sort of found a couple of did a Google search, found a few maps that I kind of had the sort of colouring and aesthetic that I was thinking, and just sort of use those as a basis to go off of. But there's no, it wasn't the only image that I copied was the line drawing of Pepe's face, just to get the the roads in there. And so yeah, it's just one of those things where the meme, the idea kind of hit, and yeah, again, I can't remember how long it took, but it worked. And I just thought it was a unique kind of,
it definitely
idea. And
definitely pops. Yeah,
and it predates all the talk about NFT roadmaps and stuff like that. That wasn't a thing that we talked about back in 2018. There's no roadmap for Rare Pepes. It was just create Rare Pepe. So it wasn't like playing off of the culture then, but it's sort of weird that that's become a thing now. So it's kind of,
that's a good point.
Yeah, you can people can say, oh, yeah, Rare Pepe doesn't have a roadmap, but it does, because it's got roadmap Pepe. That's the only roadmap that Rare Pepe has.
Yeah, I noticed that this one also is a 200 supply. Is this one also one you thought was going to be more popular too?
Yeah, I thought, because I really liked it. I thought it was going to do quite well, but because it came series 33, like I said, post, I think, because there was that gap from series 30 to 31, I think that kind of people kind of lost interest in that time. They just thought, oh, it's over, and didn't come back.
I see.
And so, yeah, the community sort of shrunk at that point. So there were less people around. And then, yeah, like I said, I can't remember the exact timing, but I think this must have been around the time where fees were starting to go up as well, because there was definitely a time where, fees were going up. Just have a look what so if you remember as well, so pumping Pepe, we were burning 700 Pepe cash. By this point in January, it was 200 Pepe cash needed to be burnt
to kind of compensate for the increase in fees.
I don't know. I don't know what value Pepe cash was at the time, but I think just generally everything was more expensive. It was, the sort of the gateway to getting in there was just a little bit less. So
Interesting. So and your next card, was this a commission? The how do you pronounce it? Pepe.
So this is a character called Cable from X-Force. So this is a comic character. So no, this one wasn't a commission, it's just mine. So the guy that created Deadpool also created Cable in the 90s. He was a mutant that had big guns and big muscles.
I just it kind of stood out from most of the rest of your work, and I didn't know that.
No, I was trying to do it sort of in that kind of style. So I'll find, there was an image that I sort of used as inspiration. I'll just try and find now.
Okay.
So
Oh, interesting.
you know, overloaded with weapons and stuff. So I just, yeah, I use that as a basis for doing doing that one. So
Yeah.
changed it up a little bit. But,
Hmm.
yeah, where that one came from. So yeah, again, just another kind of comic based one. Just yeah, just one of those ones that I felt like doing. So then, sorry, just looking at the submission chat. So that Cape Apple was submitted February the 25th and approved on February the 28th. Submissions were then closed until gosh, where I'll show you. So this, like I said,
Okay.
where I was pinging the bot, so that was the submission for that one in February. And desperate, I was absolutely desperate for subs to open again.
Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
there we go. And
Yeah.
then March the 21st, submissions were open. This was at 7:10 in the morning. So I checked at 10 to 11 the evening before, then went to bed, then woke up, checked first. The missions were open. It was like, oh, let's go. And submitted Snowman Pepe. Then that same day, I was desperate, and 6:30ish, I submitted Spam Pepe, but I wasn't. Yeah, and you can see submissions only allowed every 24 hours.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
and then 6:43 following day, submissions were closed. So
Oh, okay.
less than 24 hours later,
Hmm.
that final set of subs were closed. I don't know what time they actually opened, but yeah. So that final round, they were only open for 24 hours, and so they got all of series. I'm guessing it's all of series 35
And 36.
and yeah, the cards that were in 36. Is that like 27 of them? I can't remember now how many were in 36. So yeah, from series 21 through to series 36, the only series I didn't get a card in was series 36 because subs closed. But I had 4 Pepe's ready to
That's funny.
go.
Well,
So yeah. So yeah, Snowman Pepe, like mentioned this one earlier. So yeah, between February and March, it must have snowed. There were a couple of times where we had quite a lot of snow, and so yeah, like I said, how can anyone making Pepe's be surrounded by snow and not want to make a snow Pepe? And put that in the Rare Pepe directory. I couldn't believe, that didn't already exist.
yeah, that one's fun in the background. It's a nice touch too.
Yeah, I just because it was our grotty garden fence. I just wanted to put something else in the background. So I just did some weird little snowflakes. I should have probably put like try to put some crypto related symbols in there.
Yeah, but yeah, so that kind of wraps it up for your official submissions and or your official accepted cards for for the OG rares.
Yeah, so yeah, that was the end of that, the end of an era. And so yeah, like I said, I had like 4 others ready to go.
mhm.
So yeah, one of Spam Pepe, I was so gutted I couldn't get Spam Pepe in there. So trying to find the files now in this somewhere. Yeah, the four are Origami Pepe,
Mhm.
and there's like a sketch I did
Okay.
trying to work out what it was going to look like. Let's kind of see that. Oh,
Oh, cool. Yeah, that looks good.
it's Origami Pepe. So all of these
Mhm.
live on Kaleidoscope. I submit them all to Kaleidoscope. So in the background,
Okay.
there's a blanket, which is one of 4 that Nathan Stonick, who created Kaleidoscope, he made 4 blankets which covered all of the submissions to Kaleidoscope from, I want to say 2017 to 2020. It might have, yeah, it might have been some 2021 stuff. Yeah, I think some of that is 2021. I can't remember now. And yeah, each blanket has 1 year. I think one of them might have like 1 year might be split across 2. But so it's going to show up. Oh yeah, so this one, Shakes Pepe, is a
Uh-huh.
Shakespeare-based one. To mean or not to mean, Pepe holding a skull. Um, and this was going to be, it's not showing up.
Oh, Spam Pepe.
That was going to be the original Spam Pepe image that I submitted. I changed it at one point as a GIF, so I'll show you that in a sec. And that was a sub asset I released against Crypto Pepe's a Pepe clinic, which is something that I might do something with at some point in the future. And then there's one other, but I can't remember what it was. I'm sure there's one other, maybe I didn't release it. Just looking for a Spam Pepe file. But yeah, so I can't remember when I put all of those on Kaleidoscope. I think I held on to them for quite some time, just hoping that there might be another kind of Pepe project. Ironically, if I'd held on to them for like another 6 months or so, probably could have got them into fake rares.
Yeah. How did you That's a good segue. How did you hear about fake rares? Because I know you have some cards in there we can talk about.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, last year the Pepe chat, like I say, it sort of started becoming kind of more of a let's discuss the price of this card. It's like people just jumping in and going, oh, is this a good price for this card?
Mhm.
Is this
Okay.
the Spam Pepe?
Mhm. Oh, cool.
Um, and I think Skrilla was in there, and I know he's getting fed up with, it's just the constant talk of prices of stuff. And he posted up his Freedom Keck card, which is like a Series 0 fake. And Sean Leary banned Skrilla from the Pepe chat for posting fake rares, because it was always a thing back in the day. Sort of beware fake rares and don't post fake rares, because there were always quite a few getting posted. And so, yeah, to stop sort of, well, protect people from buying Pepes that they thought were rare Pepes, anyone posting fakes kind of got banned. So Skrilla, can't remember exactly how, I think it's on Twitter, we must have posted about the fakes Telegram chat, and I just jumped in on that. And yeah, I posted my address to get the fake ASF token drop. So I was there from kind of the early days, really. So yeah, one of the other things as well is, before, you know, that whole fakes chat kind of came up, there were a lot of people in the Rare Pepe chat just sort of coming in and saying, how can I make a Rare Pepe? I want to make a Rare Pepe. It's like, you can't, it's closed, there aren't going to be any more. And so it was like, well, you know, again, it's sort of like, you know, what are people going to do? Is that going to, it sort of seemed odd to have this kind of community, but no way of adding. And you know, I was in the camp of saying, yeah, you can't add like new series to Rare Pepes, but I didn't know what you know what the answer was to you know, how you could kind of accommodate that. It just felt like that was, Rare Pepes was its thing at that point in time. And to come in and kick it off, you know, three years down the line, it's going to be a different vibe, which, you know, fake race does have. And not saying that that's a bad thing, it's got its own kind of community and its own way of doing things, which I think is really cool, because it sets it apart. It's not just a clone of Rare Pepe, it's doing its own thing, and it's, you know, trying to get people, you know, just the work fake rares have done and the Pepe Corner Shop have done to onboard, you know, all these new people coming into the community. It's just been amazing, but also, you know, teaching them about sub assets and stuff like that, because, you know, you've got all these tokens, and so, you know, we were talking about distribution, so I could sell all of my tokens, and I guess, you know, the one thing I would be left with are all the assets. I've still got all the assets, so I can create sub assets off of, you know, all of the Pepes that I've made initially myself. So, you know, there's still kind of that connection. So yeah, like I said, I made like a kind of Pepe punk and did that as a sub asset off of crypto Pepes, because it felt like, you know, that crypto Pepes was you know, ETH based project, and sort of also crypto punks. So just having it attached to that rather than it's as a separate thing at the time kind of made sense. So yeah, it's been good just to see kind of this new wave of artists, and, you know, there's people that wouldn't have had the chance to do that if it just be like, yeah, that's it. So it's just been pretty incredible to see how that project has taken off as well, because it's kind of, you know, just the time that I was doing Rare Pepes, the community was great, but it's the amount of interactivity and people involved in the fake rares is, you know, it just exponentially just keeps growing over time. So
it's really great to see, you have OG artists like yourself that are contributing, but like you said, it's allowed new people to come in that weren't around at the time to, like, again, there's some amazing work that's being submitted, and it's not just the Series 8 stuff that I know there was a bunch of hype around that, because there were famous artists, but
Yeah.
even outside that, there's some really amazing work that's been submitted and continues to be submitted. So, I like you
Yeah.
said,
Yeah.
it's got a slightly different vibe, but I think it's a great continuation. And I even like the way that they tried something new with the fake ASF tokens. So it's interesting. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I think that ultimately that'll be deflationary, and it'll be, again, it's going to have a hard cap to the number of cards that will be officially
Yeah,
in the
exactly. Yeah,
fake rares.
yeah, it's good that, again, it's finite, but there's, a sense of how finite that actually is, because as they add more series, you're getting closer to that end point, and it's kind of, um, you know, are all, I think it was 2000, wasn't it? That were kind of made in the end. Are all 2000 of those tokens going to get turned into Pepe's or not? So it'll be interesting to see, yeah, what prices are like near that, near the end. Um, because I think it would be a shame to see uh, the rules get tweaked or something like that. It's like, no, let's keep it. Let's see kind of how
I
it
think there would
goes.
be a revolt if they tried to do that.
Yeah.
Since they put the rules out up front, I think they're going to stand by it. So,
Yeah.
but it's definitely fun. Like we've seen like you said, kind of like a huge renaissance, and there's just a huge resurgence in the community. So it's fun to see that, that happen. So hats off to the guys that are running that. I know Skrilla and some of the other gang have been. I'm sure it's taking a lot of time and effort to, you know, curate and handle all the logistics and whatnot.
Yeah, I think that, they, I think similar to kind of the Rare Pepe scientists, where it became quite a full-time job. So yeah, sorry, going back to the end of Rare Pepe's.
Yeah.
So one thing, so I sort of mentioned this briefly. So March the 25th, the bot put up this link here. I'll send this to you separately so you can have a proper read.
Okay.
But yeah, saying the scientists left this note. Have a read of this. And yeah, they just, it's just, it just says
Okay.
that's it. We're going. Yeah, but yeah, the link is still there. It's always going to be there. I think where it is
Okay.
not going. So I'll forward you a copy of the link, and you can put it, yeah, sort of put it with the video or something. Or, yeah. But yeah, it's um yeah, sorry, and part of the reason why I think they finished is just because it was becoming a full-time job, and the scientists, this is back in 2017, 2018, where Pepe's was still, they weren't what they're worth now. So there wasn't like a sort of financial kind of leverage to that made it worth their time to sort of spend all this time kind of doing the curating of the Pepes. So I think they were just like, that's it. Let's just bang, stop it there. We're mid series. It doesn't matter. Yeah, we're sick of this. Yeah, I think the fakes, because there's a submission form and things like that. I don't know manually how it all works in the background, but I think there are more artists submitting to fakes than there were Rare Pepes at the end of the Rare Pepe life. And like I said, that final submission round was 24 hours, give or take a few hours. And they had enough to fill on the their logs to fill sort of 70 slots, as it were. So I can only imagine how busy they are on the fakes side of things. So yeah, it's not an enviable job.
Yeah, for sure. It must be really competitive now
Just
to get
in
accepted.
fact, it's funny because, you know, like I was saying about the John Villa card,
Yeah.
Pepe F My Life or whatever. I'm pretty sure Fake Annie did like a similar card. I don't know if she knows the John Villa card or not, but a card of I think it was released as a fake, but the messages that she gets on Telegram, like you know, no one's named or anything, but just generic. Oh, you know, can you look at my card, or when, you know, when a submission's open, all that, you know, all the same
Yeah.
stuff that the Rare Pepe scientists had. They're getting on the fake Rare side. It's funny how history repeats itself.
Yeah, that is funny. I mean, speaking of fake rares, well, let's include your fake rares in our chat too.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, I don't have those printed up. I can get them.
Oh, sure.
So yeah, like I said, all my Rare Pepes were done on this old thing, and yeah, all of my fakes are on here. So just find some fakes. See if there's anything else. So one there's one sort of other sort of odd one out. So Theo Goodman, I think it was back in about March last year. I can find a date. Yes, let me have a look. No, December 2020. So yeah, December 2020. So Theo created a group called Non-Fungible Trolls. And I don't know if any cards were actually launched in the end. I don't know if he had many submissions. I did this one. So basically, you create a card. I think you had to issue 15 of them using Joe Looney's Freeport. So this isn't like an asset named Oven Ready or anything like that. It's just like an A1234 asset. 15 of them, and it's just got this image attached of yeah.
That's cool.
Lovely soon to be ex Prime Minister.
Okay.
Cooking a pie. So it's Boris Johnson. So he was, so we've gone through Brexit, where we've left the EU, and he would talk a lot about Oven Ready deal. That was in the news a lot at that time.
I can't hear you clearly because of the image in front of you. Yeah,
so yeah, he was talking about an Oven Ready deal for Brexit at the time, quite a lot in the news. And so I just like the idea of him putting Pepe in a pie in the oven.
Okay, interesting.
So yeah, that was sort of like just an old one. So yeah, that one was issued in December. I've never kind of released any of those for sale because it's a bit of an odd one, because it's like a numerical asset. I think when you create on Freeport, it does have some metadata behind it, something so you can search for the name.
Okay.
So I did some cards for Mafia Wars as well.
Oh, cool.
Easily to hand. This was kind of, again, I think this one got released in 2020 at some point. It's just called Lounge Singer. So it's just so Mafia Wars was like a game where, you know, the tokens you had in your wallet would build towards your wallet score, and then you'd get Mafia cash based on the different things you had in your wallet. And so you can have like buildings and people. A lot of those were done on my old iPad, but I do have them somewhere. One of them, like one, I finally got around to doing a Bitcoins card.
Oh yeah.
So I did a corner lift. I only ever did one Bitcoin card because, unlike Pepe, I couldn't really think of many corn based things. It's like, it's weird. It's just, yeah, some stuff, the inspiration comes easily, and other stuff you're sort of there struggling, thinking, I don't know what I can do that's kind of corn based. But yeah, I just thought I need to do a, they, again, talking about endings of projects, they always had an end date set of when they were going to do their final harvest. So I knew that that was, I think at the time I issued it, it was still a little way off, but I wanted to try and get one card into the set, at least before it came to a close. I did have an idea for another one, which I never got around to doing, but I might still do it anyway, just for the fun of it. But yeah, I sort of sat down and thought, right, let's really think of some corn-based things. I think I came up with a list of like 3 or 4 ideas, and this was the one that I decided to draw. So yeah, it's just a scene
Yeah.
from 2001: Space Odyssey. Yeah, this is replacing the monolith with a corn on the cob. Oh, so the fake has a token.
Uh-huh.
I added, so this was like community. This was a community card.
Uh-huh.
People would add things to it, so I added some Pepe spam to the bottom.
Okay.
And then, yeah, my first fake was Pepe Tota, or Tota Pepe. I can't remember which way around it goes.
Yeah, Pepe Toter.
Yeah.
Yeah, so kind of making fun of that whole trash art.
Yeah. So yeah, obviously, yeah, Rob Ness was a Pepe OG as well. So he would always come back into the Telegram chat and just say that, I'm doing this, I'm doing stuff on super rare and rareable, and putting art out on these platforms and things like that. You guys should join in. And like I said, it seemed like the barrier of entry to try and understand that side of things is like, I just don't have the headspace to do that. I'm kind of sad I didn't take the time, because it could have been a lot of fun just doing some of that. But by the time I did, so where is it? Kind of move stuff around a bit. But I did do some trash art. So one of the first things I did, I can't find it now. Yeah, it is. Sorry, it's taking a while. Not got the actual full file. But basically, I did a 3D,
Oh, cool.
3D totem. It spins, and so I just basically took that image of the tota from one of those frames, and popped Pepe's face on there. I just like the idea of, kind of, I just wanted it to be the first kind of registered kind of tota on fake rares. Trash that. I just, yeah, like to do it. And yeah, it got in, which was cool. I think, yeah, there have been some other people who have done Pepe totes as well. I know Dark Farms has done a really good one. I don't know if you've seen that one. But yeah, it was good. But yeah, so yeah, that was the first one. Yeah, it's just sort of seeing the trash art stuff and
Yeah.
stuff to do with the totem. And yeah, just wanted to do a Pepe of it. And then I did Moonfrog. So
Yeah, and is that kind of like a play off of the CryptoPunks, or what was the?
no, it's the Mooncat.
Oh, Mooncats. I see. Yeah, that
So
makes
yeah,
sense.
so yeah, kind of like with the Crypto Kitties,
Yeah.
Crypto Pepes. I wanted to do again, Moonfrogs with Mooncats were kind of, suddenly everyone was talking about those at one point. So I just thought, oh, do a Moonfrog. Kind of like that kind of pixel art
Yeah.
aesthetic. And I did this one. So uh, basically, part of the idea as well is I can't remember exactly when, but Skrilla put me in touch with Coldy because every year he runs like a charity auction of pieces for a sort of stray cats home in LA.
Yeah.
And so I put a crypto Pepe's up for auction for that to raise some money for the cats. And so with the fake rares, people were doing kind of different methods to sort of obtain them. And I wanted to do like a proof of donation. So for to get if you want to get a a Moonfrog from me, you had to make a donation to the wallet of this cat's home and then send me the transaction ID, and I would send the Moonfrog to the wallet that you made the donation from. So there's no like taking just a copy of a transaction to that wallet and me sending you the thing free. It's like you have to send it because that's where it's going to go.
Yeah.
So yeah, so well, I sent quite a few of those, and from people making donations. So that was pretty cool. Just do that.
Oh, that's neat.
Then this was in October. So there's a Rare Pepe collector, and they got very animated. I think it was on Twitter because the first, I think it was the first NFT NYC show. Scarce City had their pop-up gallery in New York to coincide with all of the kind of NFT community being around New York, and I think it was the first kind of physical show really, with kind of Rare Pepes and stuff like that, and so they had a complete collection of cards 1 to 15 from Series 1, which included the Nakamoto. Sort of at trading card size because it was in this big frame with all 15 of them. But then they also had the Fakamoto from the fake rares printed at, I don't know how big it was, like A3 size or something like that. And they got really upset that the fake was larger than Nakamoto. So to combat that, I made smaller moto. So the dotted line is the size of a normal, the 400 by 560, isn't it? And so it just takes up 25% of the space of a normal bit of a normal um, uh, yeah card. And so
That's funny. I never knew what the story was on that, so that makes sense.
yeah. So yeah, it's called Small Moto, and it's yeah one of the most small fakes in existence. Um, yeah, and that's why it's there. It's small because it's because yeah, fakes shouldn't be bigger than Nakamoto, so that one's smaller. So yeah, you're safe. You're safe with that one.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and then yeah, in the background it's just a small fake in the green letters.
Yeah, and that's why you've yeah.
Um, then and then yeah, for Miami I did Miami fakes, which was like I did a sort of stealth drop on that one. So basically, it got launched during the time of the Miami Bitcoin conference. Um, there is that. It's just Miami Vice.
Yeah.
Um, which is one other as well. So yeah, I did that as a sort of stealth drop. I kind of everyone that I met sort of made a huge list trying to. I think I captured everyone that I met. I may have missed a few people out, but I yeah just dropped it to their wallets, and then and this was like a couple of weeks after Miami, and then just put out a tweet and a message just say, oh yeah, if I met you, you've got one kind of thing. I think I've got about 12 of those left. So I need to check. I think there's a couple more that I need to send out that I've not got around to doing yet. Because there were a couple of people I reached out to get addresses because I wasn't sure of what their addresses were. But yeah, so the idea behind that, I'm just trying to find it now. So at the in November last year at the Manchester show, I did Pepe card just to give out. And I think, and so that was sort of organised with Scarce City. So they took people's addresses and we just dropped this NFT to them. So yeah, hopefully again that sort of onboarded quite a lot of people to get their first counterparty
Oh, that's neat.
NFT. I'm trying to find it now. I just can't find where it is. Sorry, I will just, just everything's just totally unorganized. um, and basically, it's because it was Manchester. I went to do something that people there would kind of recognise and know. And so there's a band called the Happy Mondays that were big in the sort of 90s in the UK. And they had a guy called Bez who the best way of describing him is he's like a sort of UK 90s version of Flavor Flav in the fact that he didn't play any instruments. I'm sure on some of the inlays for the albums, he's credited just with vibes. Uh, oh man, I can't find it now. I've done that. And so yeah, I made this Pepe called Man Kexter. That is just yeah, Bez from the Happy Mondays. Um, and that was dropped with um, through a collab with Scare City to attendees at that Manchester conference.
Well, while you're looking for that, I mean, that's kind of a good segue. Speaking of onboarding like new users into the counterparty ecosystem, one thing I'm excited for is the work that both JDog and Joe Looney are doing right now to add hardware wallet support to the counterparty ecosystem. Something that's been missing, and I think is super important going forward to allow people to safely keep and trade their rares and fake rares and whatnot.
Yeah, definitely is. Yeah, it's this, you know, like I was saying, the big differences between the last bear market and this one is, yeah, we've got active community and also um, devs that can devote all their time. So, I think it was last year there was a big rally around the community to basically fund JDog running counterparty full time.
Yeah.
And obviously, Joe has recently gone full time onto counterparty counterparty dev as well, which it's just brilliant to have, have those guys kind of doing what they love as well, which is always great because
It's going to be it's going to be a huge win for the entire community because the lack of the stuff that Joe is working on for Freeport is going to be, I think, is really going to take counterparty to the next level. And again, like the having hardware wallet security is, I don't think is a negotiable thing. That just has to be there for these things to be to really last into the future and be safe, right? Because people, like, you can't trust your PC or your phone with these significant assets. So
yeah, definitely, you never know what people are going to do to try and get hold of your keys.
Oh, totally. I mean, and it's at least last year and even into this year, there were so many high profile uh, like wallets on the F side where they're using MetaMask or whatever, and they weren't savvy enough to use a hardware wallet, and a lot of these people, they never know how their PC or their phone got hacked, but all their assets gone. I mean, there's malware that's out there dedicated to extracting your crypto wallets. So it's too big of a risk to not have that. So
yeah, definitely, definitely. Just quickly,
oh, cool.
that was
Oh, that's a
Mankex.
fun one. I love the colors you chose on that.
Yeah, well, that again, that's just so the Happy Mondays, one of their albums.
Uh-huh.
It just it just said Happy Mondays, and I've just tried to copy the lettering and the colors that they used on that as the background, and then that's Bears with his maracas.
So are those what is he holding right there? Or what are they?
Maracas, like,
Oh, maracas. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, well, so we've gone through all of your rares and fake rares. I mean, do you have any thoughts about we kind of started to talk about the kind of the counterparty ecosystem. You have any thoughts about you know where either fake rares or just NFTs in general or counterparty are going in the future?
Um, well, I think, like we said, hopefully, things like the fake Series 8 drop, it got a lot of exposure for counterparty. So, just hopefully the community is going to keep growing. Like I said, I keep kind of repeating it, but compared to where we were in 2018, 2019, it's just worlds apart. There's people making stuff, people are selling stuff, even if it's, for, just a few pounds, that wasn't happening in 2018. It just, everything just ran to a halt, and it was just minimal stuff. You were lucky to see maybe like 5 sales in a month. Whereas stuff is still kind of, still going. Dispensers kind of just changed the whole just everything as well. And it's funny because a while back I was looking through the chat to see, you know, when they first came in. They've been in for a while. John made them quite a while back, but no one used them because no one really understood them, I think. I'm not quite sure when that changed, but yeah, it's just, again, you know, that's another kind of game-changing thing compared to the early days, is having the dispenser so you can sell stuff straight for Bitcoin and you're not reliant on, you know, so you had to, you know, sell stuff for Pepe Cash or XCP, and then if you had a Pepe Cash that you wanted to convert to Bitcoin, you had to sell that for XCP because it was only XCP that were on dispensers towards the end, not on dispensers, on exchanges. So, you know, to get Bitcoin for your Pepes, you had to go through multiple steps. And again, I think that was, you know, probably why people didn't really stick around or whatever. So, like, what am I going to do with all this Pepe cash?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just I don't know. I feel good and optimistic about everything. You know, I think whatever happens, there's going to be a community now, and you know that's a good thing. And it's, you know, at the moment it's a community of good intentions as well. Like you said, it's not like people are coming in to try and flip stuff 2 days later, because the market isn't that kind of way. So yeah, and then in terms of fakes, you know, yeah, hopefully it's going to rumble on until we get near the end of that 2000 fakers F, and we'll see what happens with that. How many, you know, what sort of things happen to get new cards into there. You know, there's going to be hopefully some sort of weird gamification of it to, you know, to get stuff happening. So yeah, that'll be kind of interesting to see. But yeah, also the other projects, you know, you've got Funchkins, you've got Wojak Way, you've got the Rare Chatelet, Retro XCP, you've got the Danks as well. You know, there's a whole bunch of other projects that have their own kind of communities that kind of cross over in some ways. There's the apes as well, the Drooling Apes. I think that's still kind of cranking along. Yeah, so it's just great to see that, you know, it's not just one or two very small communities of people. It's, yeah, they all seem to have quite big followings, and you know, the scarcity guys as well. As you know, they come along and done some great stuff. You know, I don't think people are making physical Pepes in the numbers they are now, and that probably wouldn't be the case without scarcity.
Yeah, I wanted to like bring that up. I mean, yeah, hats off to Scarce City. You know, they've been a really clutch part of the Bitcoin ecosystem, I think, in helping to like giving an out like a viable outlet for both artists and collectors to, you know, another way to sell. You know, as an example, I just noticed this last week that you know, one of the OG create artists, Aya, who created Hair Pepe. So, you know, Scarce City is allowing these OG artists to create like T-shirts of their original art and sell those through Scarce City for Bitcoin, and then that's another way for them to for some of these OGs who, you know, a lot of them, like you said, they sold through almost all their cards or all of them. So this gives them another way to still get something back and provide something to the community too. I mean, I saw that Hair Pepe shirt in black, and I had to order one because it's just it's just so incredible.
Yeah, I've got a Pepe 316 shirt on there as well.
Oh, cool.
So if you want to pretend you're a Stone Cold Pepe, Pepe 36, then yeah, you
I,
can get the T-shirt. Which yeah,
you
no,
know,
it's cool that they're giving these other outlets, and part of that is because we are in the market we're in. People don't want to be paying the sums that they were paying, but they'll buy a T-shirt for a small amount. So it's just giving different revenue streams and opening different kind of markets that some people might not have thought about really. So yeah, no, it's good. It's
I,
it,
I
it just keeps everything going, keeps people thinking about things. Yeah.
and another reason I want to like give them a shout out too is that they like their auctions are one of the reasons I decided to, I actually took was able to get a little bit of the Lightning BTC, to
Yeah.
as deposits for that. So, and I don't know, I probably wouldn't have had the motivation for a while to do that, but actually having used Lightning a couple times for some transactions, I mean, it's super slick, I mean, the
Yeah.
fees and the speed are very impressive. So,
Yeah. I got myself a Dark Farms mug from
oh
the
yeah.
New York auctions. So, yeah. Yeah, no, it's just impressive how quickly it is. Yeah, because normal transaction you can be sat there and it can be quick or it can take a little while sometimes, and you're just sort of sat there twiddling your thumbs. But with the lightning stuff, it's just there. And you're like, oh right, it's just
Yeah,
good.
well, I guess I'd say like you, I don't know what to expect in the future, but I'm really positive about it. I mean, I think fake rares are again, I think it's incredible the quality and the diversity of art that we're seeing. I mean, it's really killer. And now we've got like fake commons too, and like you said, all these other projects. I mean, for collectors, the only problem is there's too much stuff being created for you to collect it all, right? So
So, one of the projects I forgot to mention, I've got a card in it, is Rare Lands and Rare Lands, and that was matching Pepe tree.
oh, cool. And that's the Dark Farms new project, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So this was a series one card. Uh, there's a dispenser up. There's still some in there. So yeah, kind of what price I've got on it now. Tried to put what I thought was a low price on, but what's low to some people might not be low to others. But yeah, um, yeah. So yeah, that was one that sort of just popped up, which I kind of had that done ready, and it just seemed to fit with that project, and it was like, yeah, I submitted it and it got in, which was cool. So
That's awesome.
that's nice. It's just nice to just try and get stuff in all these different projects. Yeah. So
Plus, I mean, I love Dark Farms art that he's produced for like the small series. That's super killer too.
yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's just prolific as well, just every day coming out with those new GMs. It's just like wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's it's incredible. Uh, yeah, so in terms of anything else, is there anything else you'd like to cover? Or any other thoughts about kind of the just NFTs in general or crypto?
Um just trying to think now. So yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one. It's I think just NFTs in general, I'm seeing um like community vibes sort of in counterparty. It's does all the projects seem to be kind of community focused, which is great. And then I'm seeing that on Tez as well. Sort of there was Tez trash hashtag that was trending a few weeks back because everyone was doing Tez trash. So I released a few pieces. Um, so that's
Yeah.
trash tro neck. Um, and it's the trash. I went back to the old Totoro
Uh-huh.
drawing, um, and that is just called Toto because it's
Yeah.
Toto. And then yeah, that was Tota as well.
Jeez.
And again, like I was saying, sometimes you just kind of come up with these ideas and just crank through them. So
Oh,
these,
that one's killer too. I love that one.
yeah, so McTrash, I think I called that one. Again, didn't. I still had a search. I couldn't really find anyone else that had done something similar, but I think there are a couple of others now. But yeah, talking about how long things were taking, those I was just I saw this kind of trash event was coming up, and I just had a couple of ideas, started drawing them. I just like the idea of sometimes just doing something quickly. It doesn't have to be technically brilliant or whatever, but just getting the idea out there.
Forcing yourself to just, yeah,
And
get it done.
yeah, just trying to do things quickly. So I've got I'll send you the link, but I've got an Instagram account as well. And so when I first got um, this iPad, I was just trying again. I can't find. I don't know where some of this stuff has gone. It's just buried or just moved around. I was drawing lots of pictures of Sylvester Stallone holding knives. Oh no, actually no, sorry, those are on my old iPad. What I was doing on this one, was drawing lots of because I was just trying to learn how to use the tool. So none of these are minted, but I was just
Uh-huh.
playing about
Oh, that's a cool one too.
and drawing all these predator pieces. And again,
Yeah.
we've been talking about my influences and what I like, and it's
Yeah.
all that same kind of stuff.
Oh, I mean, you could make a get to the chopper meme for sure too. Oh, that's looking really good too.
So all of these were just sort of kind of studies and just
Hmm.
playing about and stuff. So um, yeah, they're all on my Instagram account. I think I was posting them up there as I was doing them.
Yeah, that's looking good. Yeah, I mean, Predator's a
Um,
super classic movie too.
yeah. So what I've uh,
So is this stuff that you're just going to hold on to until you decide, like, if you're going to mint it or like,
yeah, I'm not like I said, I'm not 100% sure exactly what I'm going to do just
yeah.
yet. So I'll show you this one back. Ah,
Oh,
just cancel.
okay.
So
Yeah.
I've redrawn this one. I'll probably redraw a bit of it again. I might do the white
Hmm.
again. But yeah, just trying. Sometimes I do stuff. And there was
Yeah.
that one, and this one I have minted. Show you the final piece. I put this one on counterparty. So yeah.
Oh, cool.
So so yeah. Um, so yeah, I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do with all of those. It might turn into a sort of mini project um, or mini collection. Um, but yeah, it's difficult to know kind of where to mint stuff really. Um, where collectors are going to want to buy stuff. It's yeah, because it feels like Counterparty is great for the projects, but then I've not really tried to mint and sell anything off my own back on Counterparty. So and then do I do it as a one of one or
Yeah.
it's difficult. So I've never really done that whole one of one stuff. I've done a few one of ones, but the bulk of my art has been kind of project related. So it's yeah. Um, and again, like we're saying, with all these things, there's no easy answer. There's no right answer, and
I
none of
mean,
it
I think
is easy. So
I think some of that is probably really down to how you like your reach and marketing, because
yeah,
you can mint that on probably, if you have a killer piece of work, you can like collect, some collectors will buy it whichever platform it's, whether it's on Eth or Tez or Counterparty, you know.
yeah, yeah. So like I say, I've got things that that I've done. So on I can show you these because I did mint them on Pen before it got closed down. So I saw people, doing stuff on Tez, and I thought, oh, I'll just give that a go. So I did, again, kind of connected to kind of old trashy movies.
Oh yeah.
So this is a film called The Stabilizer. I don't know how many people have heard of it, but it's just, I just love it. It's just incredible. That guy there, um, I think he was called Peter O'Brien. I think he was Australian, and I think he was on holiday. I think it was in Indonesia that he made a lot of films, and they thought he looked like Sylvester Stallone. So he had a sort of small film career in Indonesia. He made like about 5 or 6 films.
I was
One of
about
them,
to say that he looked like a discount Sylvester Stallone.
yeah. So this stabilizer, this character at one point is in his bedroom, and in his bedroom he's got this picture of himself.
Seriously.
So that was the image I took for that one, and then I'm trying to remember which, because I've got a few of these. I've minted, like I say, I minted 2 on Hen, but because the Hen contract is dead, I think I had 5 of each up for sale. Didn't sell any of them, so they're kind of gone now. So I've got 5 of each of these left. Um,
Oh gosh, that's a good one
and
too.
that's a guy called Stingray who was in God, my memory's shot today. He was in it's simply a rock film, and he's the main sort of bad guy in it, and he's sort of like this kind of psychopathic serial killer, going around, uh, killing women, and yeah, he sort of at one point licks this weird giant knife. So, so yeah, it's just all of the films that I really dig, that are kind of weird, weird 80s action films that just are those sort of straight to VHS ones. Um, I'll share this is one other piece. Again, I've not minted it. And again, whether or not it fits in to the that whole Predator series or not, but again, it was just something I wanted to draw just for fun. So
Yeah.
again, I don't, my subject matter is sort of pretty pretty straight down the line. Just but yeah, again, I need to think about what I'm going to do to mint some of these pieces, because I do want to mint them, but it's trouble is there's
No,
too
what?
much choice.
Yeah, you could try an experiment too, and you could like mint one on each platform and see what happens too. I mean,
Yeah, so I've been thinking about trying to do a series or something that have not have it all in the same place, have it across different places. So yeah, a couple of ideas for that. So I might try some of that and some stuff. But yeah.
well, I'm interested to see how the how this plays out. Like you said, Tezos has kind of developed its own kind of marketplace for art. I think primarily at least initially because what was it, a year and a half ago, Ethereum fees were out of control. So so there's definitely an art scene that popped up on Tez in response. So it'll be, I wouldn't see why that would go away now. So I could
Yeah.
definitely see that continuing.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to do more trash art. There's a couple of things that I'm sort of working on that will be going up on Tez at some point. Yeah, there's one piece, unlike the others, which I managed to blast out pretty quickly. This one's one of those pieces that just seems to be taking its time. So hopefully in a week or two, I'll get that one finished.
One thing I was curious about, so I bought a handful of pieces on Hin before that blew up. So if you bought stuff on there, do you still own it, or is it like, can you migrate that, or how does that work?
Yeah, it looks like you do. It still shows up as being part of the Hen project. Or, yeah, coming from Hen, but yeah, you still have it. I think it's only the stuff that was on sale because it kind of wasn't held in a wallet. It was, yeah, I don't know, because the ones, like I said, the two pieces I had, that I have half of them on sale. Yeah, those ones that are on sale, I don't know. There might be a way to get them back, but I don't know if it's into it. But they're not in my wallet. But I've still got the other half of the supply. So yeah, yeah, that was kind of weird. So that sort of put me off Tez for a little while. So it was only with this trash stuff that kind of
that's
into it again, because it was just like, well, and again, we're talking about different platforms and things, and the one good thing counterparty is, as an artist, you can mint stuff and it's not going to disappear because you know.
Well, I mean, I never anticipated an issue like this. I didn't, like you said, the thing with Hin, gosh, I was like, I didn't spend a ton of money on there, but I probably bought 5 things that were kind of cheap just to play around with the platform. And I mean, one of the reasons I didn't anticipate that is because that was such a pain in the ass to navigate Hin. That was like the worst interface in the world.
It looked nice, but when you actually tried to use it, it was I just gave up because I saw so many amazing things being posted on Twitter, and then you try and find stuff, or just randomly look for stuff to try and find some good stuff, and you couldn't. It's like, how am I supposed to use this?
It's about the worst marketplace I had seen.
Yeah. I'm glad it wasn't just me that thought.
Yeah, I picked up like 2 or 3 pieces from like one of the art blocks guys that I thought was creating like really cool 3D art. Jadut, I think is how you pronounce his name. But yeah, and then when I went back to check on that stuff, like, I don't know, it's just, there you go, the platform's gone. So all right.
Yeah. Yeah. Thinking about it, I've definitely got one thing that I did buy. There was one thing that I did buy, and that is in my wallet now still. So yeah, you should still have all your.
Cool. So can you? I'm assuming you can just migrate that to a different.
I think they still show up. I'm sure when I was like looking on Object, they show up.
Okay. Well, cool. Well, yeah. Well, I'm like I said, I'm still positive about the future, both for these, the OG Rare Pepes and also the fake rares, and pretty much all these projects I think are, like you said, primarily the community based ones that are, I think they have a bright future. It's a lot of fun. I mean,
yeah.
Well, I certainly appreciate you taking the time out of your day to chat with me about this stuff. It's certainly been really fun to go over all this.
Yeah, no, it's been good. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about it all. It's probably one of the few times I've kind of gone through and had a good think about the genesis of some of these since when I first made them. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad we could capture it too for future posterity as well. I'm sure other people are going to want to look and learn about this stuff in the future.
Yeah, definitely. It's like I was saying, it's just good to have a record of it just so people know. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I certainly appreciate it.